Honorable members, we will now observe a moment of silence, prayer, and meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. Honorable members, I have evoked Rule 47 to allow the Kgosi tsa rona to have access to sit in the chamber for the duration of today's sitting. Honorable members, I can detect who are not patriotic to this country, who defied my instruction. I'm watching them. The Kgosi tsa rona, you are warmly welcome this morning. Today, Bafana have made history and lifted you and stand firmly behind you as you continue your journey. Secretary, please read the next order.
Order number 2, proceedings on bills, Northwest Appropriation Bill 2026, Departmental Budget votes. 2.1, Department of Corporative Governance and Traditional Affairs, vote number 9. 2.2, Department of Human Settlement, vote number 14. 2.3, Department of Public Works and Roads, vote 11.
Honorable members, I will now call on the MEC for Corporative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs to present the departmental budget speech for vote 9 and vote 14. On MEC, due to the fact that you are presenting 2 budget votes, you are allocated extra 20 minutes in terms of Rule 64, subsection 6. Therefore, you have 60 minutes as per this rule. Honorable MEC, you can continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I hope I would be able to cover the sufficient ground with the extra 20 minutes for another department.
You are wasting time.
Speaker of the Provincial Legislature, Honorable Despo Mohono, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mukone Maine, the Chairperson of the Chairpersons, Honorable Tebogo Modise, the Chief Whip, Honorable Khosho, Honorable Members of the Provincial Legislature, the Premier Rekagiso Mukhosi, members of the Executive, my colleagues, MECs, Executive Mayors and Mayors, the Chairperson of Salga, Councillor Khumalo Molefe, the Chairperson of the Northwest House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Kgosi Tarimautwe, together with members of the committee, the Deputy President of Contralesa, Mokhatla Kgosi Nyalala Pilane, the Chairperson of the Northwest Housing Corp, Mayor Wendy Nelson, and members of the board and the entity of human settlement, the head of the Department for COCTA, Dr. Mokote Dibole, the head of the Department of Human Settlement, Mayor Khomotso Mahlobo, the Chief Executive Officer of the Northwest Housing Corp, Bishop Sello Mokhudiri, management staff, stakeholders, and distinguished guests. Madam Speaker, I rise with honor to present the 2026-27 budget speech vote, votes 9 and 14 for the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement, and Traditional Affairs. We table this budget as South Africa celebrates the 30 years of the constitutional democracy, a milestone that honors the sacrifices of those who came before us. It also reminds us of our duty to deepen democracy through responsive governance and effective service delivery. Honorable Speaker, As we approach the 2026 local government election, we heed to the words by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, and I quote, "Efforts to improve the lives of South Africans will only succeed when we effectively address the challenges in local government," close quote. In this context, the upcoming election must reaffirm that every ward, every village, every town have the power to shape its own future, because true democracy lives not only in our laws, but in the daily dignity, water, shelter, and safety that only accountable, people-driven local government can deliver. The theme guiding our work is very clear: fixing local government. Every municipality must work. We are declaring this as a year of decisive action, one in which we fix local government, strengthen traditional leadership, and accelerate service delivery for our people. In terms of budget vote 9 of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, in as far as Program 1 is concerned, Honorable Speaker, a capable state begins with capable people. In this way, we continue to invest in institutional capacity and accelerate service delivery. In a period of 3 years, Speaker, the Department of COGTA has filled 200 positions. This includes long outstanding critical post of Director Disaster Management, who will head the Northwest Provincial Disaster Management Center, as well as Director Municipal Administration, Director Integrated Municipal Infrastructure, Director Fraud and Risk Management, and Director for Legal Services. The department is building on this momentum and driving it forward with 85 advertised posts set to be filled before the end of this financial year. Gender-based violence and femicide remain one of the greatest challenges confronting our society and calls for decisive action. In line with our resolve that, not in our name, the department integrated anti-GBVF program into APP, held municipal awareness campaigns and empowerment sessions, supported municipalities in implementing the GBVF responsive plans, and worked together with the traditional leaders in Bahamuilwa, Bahamaidi, Makhomokobi Traditional Council to promote safety and dignity of women and children. On Program 2, on local governance, fixing local government, every municipality must work. Honorable Speaker, fixing local government is not simply an administrative responsibility. It is a moral and developmental imperative. Municipalities are the spheres of government closest to our people. When they fail, communities carry the burden through poor service delivery, crumbling infrastructure, and lose confidence in government itself. Honorable Speaker, as committed in the 2025-2026 budget speech, we successfully convened the Provincial Local Government Kota on the 10th and 11th February 2026 under the theme Fixing Local Government, Every Municipality Must Work. The inaugural Kota focus on policy reforms, human resource and governance and service delivery infrastructure and development, and audit accountability, financial management, and intergovernmental relation. The resolution adopted are binding commitments, and as COGTA, we are tracking them. In giving effect to this resolution, they have been formally incorporated into the Municipal Support Improvement Plan for the 2026-27 financial year, with a dedicated budget of 1.5 million to ensure their full implementation. Furthermore, to strengthen accountability, the department has developed and tested a prototype of its early warning system software. Training of officials is currently underway ahead of the full rollout for data capturing and continuous update. Madam Speaker, interventions at Ditsobotla, Kagisano Molopo, Ramotseri Muilwa, and Mamusa local municipality are among the demonstrated government willingness to act decisively where governance challenges undermine service delivery. In Ditsobotla local municipality, honorable members, we are pleased to report on the positive positive trajectory at the Tsobotla local municipality, which has been under Section 1397 intervention of the Constitution since September 2025 as instituted by Cabinet. The affairs of the municipality are being overseen by the National Cabinet representative for the NCR, and we are encouraged by the emerging signs of both political and administrative stability. To date, the intervention has achieved the following, and in cooperation with our Red Berets. Council, EXCO, and committees now sits according to the council calendar. Council elected one speaker and one mayor. Duplicate office bearers' positions have been eliminated. A robust program of action for service delivery is being implemented. Contracts of 45 employees irregularly appointed on the 31st of December 2025 have been terminated. Key finance and infrastructure positions, including the PMU, are in process of being filled. Final 2026-27 annual budget passed on the 10th of June 2026. It's in line with the regulation. Municipality now is able to pay staff and third parties on time. The MOU is signed with the Ngaka Modiri Molema to improve bulk water provision and stabilized reticulation. Electricity Distribution Agency agreement with ESCOM, it's signed on the 22nd of June 2026, securing engineering capacity and stabilizing electricity supply. Last month, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President, Honorable Paul Mashatile, and the Premier Mokhosi conducted an oversight visit to strengthen municipal capacity for basic service delivery. The visit included ministers, deputy ministers, MECs, senior officials, and engagement with traditional leadership and business forum, and some members of parliament, because I saw Honorable Stale was part of the delegation. As a direct outcome, a total of 25 million has been committed to refurbish the Klipveld Farm Water Project to augment water supply. Ngaka Modiri Molema District Municipality has appointed a service provider for the hydrological studies. The contractor is on site and will complete the work very soon. Intervention through Section 139(1)(a) of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, COGTA issued directives in terms of this section of the Constitution to Kagisano Molopo Mamusa local municipality to give effect to the decision of the provincial executive to ensure stability and enforce proper governance in our municipalities. In Kagisano Molopo, we are pleased that it has registered positive progress in implementing the directives. The process of recruiting senior managers is ongoing. Given the challenges of its ruralness, at times we are unable to recruit the best among the best. Henceforth, we will continue to monitor the implementation of the directives closely with the aim of bringing Section 139(a) to its logical conclusion. In Mamusa, there's a lack of progress and failure to implement the directives that has been recorded. The department is considering escalation of the intervention, and decision will be communicated soon, because we think that we must escalate our intervention because the municipality is not responsive. In Ramotsere Muilwa, the department instituted an investigation in terms of Section 16, subsection 5 of the Municipal Structures Act, in terms of the Code of Conduct for Municipal Councillors, following the unrest at Ramotsere Muilwa Municipality. The investigation focused on political instability and the non-functionality of the municipality. The process has been finalized and the findings have been communicated, and we are about to implement the recommendations. In terms of Section 106 investigation, we conducted or instituted Section 106 investigation in terms of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act. The following municipality at Madibeng, Tswaying, City of Matlosane, Khetleng Local Municipality. The investigation focused on alleged allegations of fraud, maladministration, malfeasance involving office bearers, officials, and third parties as reported by the whistleblowers. Honorable members, the investigation in Madibeng and Tswaying have been concluded and reports submitted to both municipality with outcome referred to council. In Tswaying, The findings also necessitated the referral to law enforcement agencies for further investigation. In Khetlen, the work has started and we have introduced the investigation team. The investigation is envisaged to be completed within 3 months. In the city of Matlosana, investigation were concluded and recommendation tabled in council. Despite these efforts, challenges persisted. This necessitated the provincial executive to strengthen and reinforce the current intervention through section 1395 A and C of the Constitution by deploying the provincial executive rep. The new terms of reference for the PR include implementation of section 106 investigation, so we are enforcing that. Honorable Speaker, within the law, we have taken a deliberate and stern posture on consequence management against rogue conduct by officials and office bearers. Despite hostile attitude towards this intervention, we will stay the course in the interest of good governance, accountability in local government. Honorable Speaker, we are observing the situation as it unfolds in Matkwasi Hill. The department has appointed a task team to investigate the development at Matkwasi Hill following signs of political and administrative instability. We want to call upon all councillors to remember their pledge to serve our people and not cause unnecessary instability which ended in delaying providing service delivery to our people. Honorable members, our turnaround strategy implemented across the 2023-24 and the 2024-25 financial year has delivered measurable institutional outcome, confirming unequivocally that we are on the right trajectory. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to report to this August House that on audit outcome, disclaimer opinion from 8 to just 1. That is 87.5% reduction. You would have listened this yesterday when the AG was presenting the report. Unqualified audit outcome have increased from 3 to 6. This is a clear indication that financial discipline is being restored. On infrastructure spending, municipal infrastructure grant expenditure improved from 81% baseline in 2018-19 to 97% in 23-24 and 99% in 24-25. I will later on, Speaker, elaborate on some of the impact that we are making in as far as this grant is concerned. On municipal stability, the National Municipal Performance Assessment Tool confirmed our progress. Dysfunctional municipalities fell from 10 in 2022 to only 2 in 2024-2025. Stable municipalities increased from 0 to 4, and at-risk municipality increased from 12 to 16. Honorable Speaker, these results confirm a steady movement towards municipal stability, improve accountability, and stronger service delivery. Building institutional capacity, these gains are supported through deliberate investment in our people and the system. 395 officials were capacitated through governance and unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure workshop. 16 ICT graduates were trained in practical digital skills. The digital early warning system is operational in all our 22 municipalities, enabling early risk identification and timely response. This early warning system will remain a permanent asset beyond the lifespan of the turnaround contract, which comes to an end on the 31st of August 2026. Moreover, COGTA is progressively implementing the exit strategy to internalize capabilities and consolidate gains in accountability, oversight, and service delivery. Debt owned by municipalities to utilities. Madam Speaker, in the previous financial year, we committed to monitoring and ensuring that payment arrangements to utilities are honored. A total of 18,766,670 78 rand was paid between August 2025 to February 2026 to Magales and Midval Water by 7 municipalities, namely Moretele, Rustenburg, Moses Kotane, City of Matlosane, Matkwasil, Dr. Ruth Sigomotse Mompati, and Ngaka Modiri Molema. Furthermore, a total of 1,19,263,876 rand was paid from August 2025 to March 2026 to ESCOM by 10 municipalities: City of Matlosane, Madibe, Ditsobotlana, Ledi, Lekwatemane, JB Max, Rustenburg, Ramotseri-Mulwa, and Matkwasil. Currently, 4 municipalities have active payment arrangement with Magales Water, Moses Kotane, Moretele, Dr. RSM Matkwasil, while 2 municipalities have active payments arrangement with ESCOM, namely JB Max and Ramotseri-Mulwa. Although significant improvement has been recorded, some municipalities remain non-compliant or inconsistent with the arrangement that they have entered into with these utilities. Letters and work. Letters and follow-ups have been sent to encourage recommitment. We again call on municipalities to do the right thing, pay their debts and honor debt recovery agreements. We'll work collaboratively with the Provincial Treasury to ensure the matter receive the necessary attention. Equally, COGTA, working together with Provincial Treasury, will also ensure that provincial departments and entities pay for services rendered by the municipality. And I think MEC Mosenukhi will also elaborate in terms of some of the action that we are considering and taking to enforce the provincial, both provincial, national, and other state organ to pay services that are owed to the municipalities. Municipal audit outcome: municipality in the province are on the right trajectory towards improving financial governance and better audit outcome. Moses Kotane, JB Max, and Greater Town Local Municipality improve from qualified to unqualified audit opinion. Joining Bojanala Platinum District, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, and Moretele Local Municipality in 2025-26 financial year. Notably, disclaimer audit opinion have decreased significantly from 9 municipalities to just 1 in 2024, which is Ditsobotla, which of course we are addressing. Lekwatemane also moved from a disclaimer to an adverse outcome. Honorable Speaker, as Carl Jung persists, I quote, "In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret," close quote. The Mamusa local municipality moved from adverse to qualified opinion. And Ratlo local municipality, which has been in the media for wrong reasons, has improved from a disclaimer to a qualified outcome. Furthermore, the latter having successfully completed their submission of their annual financial statement without using of consultants, resulting into the saving of 3 million. I think they deserve a round of applause, honestly speaking. If all other municipalities can follow and ensure that they build their own internal capacity and leave out this thing of outsourcing of consultants and all that. In the previous audit cycle, the department, together with Provincial Treasury, initiated a clean audit support program targeting your Moretele local municipality, the Bojanala, and Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, with the goal of helping them achieve unqualified audit opinion with no material findings by 26-27. In this financial year, support to this municipality will be intensified to transition them from unqualified clean audit outcome with SALGA and Provincial Treasury. The department will build credible, verifiable, and audit-ready performance system by integrating the PMUs into performance information, implementing and PMU capacity building program, and reinforcing this program through monitoring and evaluation learning network session, supporting in addressing the UIF and W expenditure, Honorable Speaker, COGTA, working together with Provincial Treasury and SALGA, committed to a comprehensive support plan to strengthen oversight committees and internal audit units in addressing persistent findings by the AG of South Africa. And that is why you got the report that was released yesterday by the AG of South Africa about the Northwest. The department assisted municipalities in compiling the MFMA Section 32, subsection 4 reports to investigate irregular expenditure per financial year. Support was provided to the MPECs of Ngaka Modiri Molema, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, Bojana, Sekgomotse Mompati District Municipality for the UIF and W expenditure incurred between 18 to 19 and 23-24 financial year. Key outcomes include in Ngaka Modiri Molema Municipality, irregular expenditure of 624.1 million, investigated with 552.5 million rands written off. In Bojanala, unauthorized expenditure of 88 million, 9 investigated for 22-23. In Kenneth Kaunda, fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 10 million and unauthorized expenditure of 3.5 million investigated. In Sekgomotse Mompati, fruitless and wasteful expenditure investigated with the outcome pending the MPEC and council consideration. For the 2026-27 financial year, the department will target top 5 municipalities with the highest UIF and W expenditure as 2024-25, which is your Ngaka, your excuse me, Ngaka, City of Matlosane, Madibeng, JB Max, Dr. Sekgomotse, in addition to the 3 municipalities under the Clean Audit Support Program that I mentioned earlier. Honorable members, local government operates within a highly regulated environment where compliance is not optional. Failure to comply to applicable legislation and prescript carries consequences that go far beyond balance sheets, directly affecting service delivery to our people. We remind municipalities that persistent failure to manage their financial affairs has a potential to trigger the withholding of the tranches of the local government equitable share by National Treasury. The withholding can be triggered by persistent challenges of failure to adopt funded budget, address the unauthorized and irregular expenditure, implement consequence management, or pay creditors like ESCOM, Water Board, SARS, the AGs, and pension funds. Let us all observe the law. Payment to the third parties, honor our debt recovery agreement, as failures do so will be felt by our communities that we serve. On the appointment of senior managers in 2025-26, the department supported municipality to comply with the Municipal Systems Act by conducting workshop for municipal councils, portfolio committee, and providing technical support to HR personnel across the 22 municipalities on recruitment and selection process for senior management appointments. Progress has been recorded in 24-25. There were 146 posts, of which 103 which is 71%, were filled, and 39 or 27% were vacant. By the end of 2025-2026 financial year, almost 73% of vacancies were filled. In 26-27, the total posts stand at 147, with 113 or 77% filled and 34% or 23% being vacant. We have consistently sought to empower municipalities before resorting to legal action. We therefore appeal to our municipality to ensure that full compliance with the prescript when appointing senior managers. It is both a legal duty and moral obligations. So it's important that we appoint people who are competent and who meet the necessary requirements so that the MEC and the office can then give concurrence to your appointments if we follow the law. Following the completion of the skills audit program across the 22 municipalities, the department identified Naledi, Mahikeng, and Madibeng local municipality as pilot site for the implementation and support. These municipalities were assisted to develop the annual training plans aligned to their workplace skills plans submitted to LG-CETA and currently awaiting approval. Honorable members, the primary challenge confronting our municipalities remain the lack of budget to address identified skills gap. To mitigate this, municipalities are strongly urged to apply for the discretionary grants from LG-CETA because it's money that is available. Furthermore, to ensure structured and accountable implementation, all municipalities have been formally directed through a circular to implement the skills audit recommendation and submit quarterly implementation reports so that we can track the implementation and progress that is being registered. Honorable members, as we know that we are in a process of reviewing the white paper on local government. The national review of the white paper on local government was formally launched in April 2025 with the publication of a discussion document. This initiated a nationwide consultation process involving municipalities, traditional leaders, civil society, academia, and private sector, including the submission by the department. Our submission as a department to the white paper review process was clear and decisive. It centered on the professionalization of the local government sector, the ring fencing of service delivery revenue to ensure meaningful impact, addressing political interference, strengthening legislative measures to enhance accountability, and developing effective local economic development models. These priorities reflected the key issues raised nationally: financial viability, traditional leadership, and challenges of governance in coalition municipality. A draft revised white paper has been produced. The second batch of submission has recently closed, and process is now at a critical stage with the final document expected to be submitted to the minister and cabinet for consideration soon. Whilst the framework recognizes that local government operates in a far more complex environment than in 1988, it also offers a renewed blueprint to strengthen governance, accountability, and service delivery. On Program 3, in terms of development and planning, the department has made significant strides in job creation and skills development through the extended public works program. 94 jobs were created in partnership with the Northwest University. 100 graduates were placed across the 22 municipalities through the graduate program. Graduates gained practical skills and 3 years of experience with 23 already absorbed by various institutions. A farewell ceremony for the graduate is planned for the 30th of 2026. In addition, 44 mechanical engineers were placed in municipalities through a partnership with MERSITA as part of strengthening and supporting our municipalities. Through the CWP 16,154 employment opportunities were created. Participants gained work-based skills, artisan and competencies, and enterprise development experience through private sector partnership. The municipal infrastructure grant provide a capital funding to eradicate basic infrastructure backlog through a construction, renewal, and refurbishment of the infrastructure for poor household, micro enterprise, and social institution. It also supports the development of asset management, plans of infrastructure servicing the poor with the priority on labor-intensive and construction method where feasible. This is the area that I said I will come and report in detail on it, on some of the impact in as far as our expenditure is concerned. Honorable Speaker, within this context, COGTA, together with the sector department, particularly water and sanitation, takes pride in the successful implementation of the high-impact Bonabona bulk water scheme in Kagisano Molopo local municipality. This project, Honorable Speaker, funded through the RBIC at the cost of 148 million, commenced on the 14th of August 2023 and was completed last year in August 2025. It has provided 8 subcontractors with meaningful participation, benefiting them to the value of 51 million out of the total project value. Furthermore, it has created 61 local labor work opportunities and is now serving 3,634 households across the Bona, Gamotsage, Kagiso, Konke Mabone, Mapitiki, Maputi, and Kagisonyane villages, all of which have been receiving water supply since the 22nd of May 2026. The remaining villages of Kokwana, Karayatlose, and Metsaneng will begin receiving water from next week once ESCOM has completed the electricity connection. Honorable members, our commitment to changing lives remain unwavering. To support this commitment, COGTA convened a provincial MIG implementation readiness workshop from the 10th to the 12th June 2026, deliberate time to ensure that municipalities are fully prepared to execute project before the 2026-27 municipal financial year commences. This proactive approach prevents municipalities from forfeiting allocation for projects aimed at improving service delivery, especially in rural communities like Bonabona and Kagisano Molopo. Operation Bulela Metsi. Honorable Speaker, the Premier Mokhosi is driving Operation Bulela Metsi as a critical intervention to fast-track equitable access to water and sanitation services in the province. The department will continue working with the Department of Water and Sanitation, Mahales Water Board, and All Water Service Authority to ensure that reliable, potable water provision is attended to. Honorable Deputy Minister Sehlo was doing very well. It's just unfortunate that the DS decided to review his position. The Provincial Technical Steering Committee has been instructed to prepare a detailed progress report on completed and ongoing projects. Executive authorities will determine an itinerary for site inspection, including the Sweding Outer Fault Sewer project, covering repairs and refurbishment of the collapsed bulk line and construction of the new bulk line. Indigent household, the department is tasked with monitoring and supporting municipalities in implementing the Free Basic Services Program as mandated by the Local Government Municipal Systems Act. The program provides subsidies to households identified as indigent in line with municipal indigent policies and is funded through the local government equitable share. To ensure successful implementation, the department will continue to support municipalities in developing indigent policies and maintaining credible indigent register, including through indigent registration drives under the Acceleration of Service Delivery Program or the Tunzalerole Program. In 2025-26 financial year, we communicated the provincial EXCO decision to enforce the institutionalization of the DDM model through performance agreement of senior government officials. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to report that the signing of the performance agreement is in progress to fully institutionalize the DDM and ensure sustainable implementation of catalytic project in the District 1 plan through the Northwest Provincial One Plan Technical Working Session. The department will continue supporting the monitoring political and technical structures. National department, provincial department, state-owned entities and municipalities are urged to assign senior officials to the DDM technical workstream as we have identified this as a gap. 2 years ago, we launched the Clean City campaign under the theme Rata Tikologo ya Gago. The program promotes cleaner, greener communities through active citizens' participation. Uptake remains slow, with only few municipalities implementing the campaign as expected. We encourage all our municipalities to support this initiative to build cleaner and safer communities. The department remains committed to working with municipalities to mobilize communities and foster environmental responsibilities, including during Tunzalero activities. Our focus remains waste management, reduction, litter, preventing illegal dumping, and promoting recycling. Honorable Speaker, allow me to present a consolidated report on the Municipal Disaster Recovery Grant for the 2024-25 and 2025 financial year. For the 24-25 financial year, the department profiled flood-affected areas and developed a remedial action. The province received approximately 42 million through the Municipal Disaster Response Grant to repair flood-damaged infrastructure in Ratlo, JB Max, Moretele municipalities. To date, 31 million has been spent on bridge repair in these municipalities with the following progress to note. In Ratlo local municipality, we have spent 2.7 million of the allocated 11 million with the fiscal progress at 75%. In Moretele, we have spent 1.5 million of the 15 million allocated with the fiscal progress at let's leave the percentage. At JB Max local municipality, at JB Max local municipality, we spent 6.2 million of the 16 million with the fiscal progress as indicated there, 27%. Projects at Ratlo and Moretele are at an advanced stage and expected to be completed by the end of June 2026. This project have created 39 job opportunities. Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I don't think that the figure as written there of 95% of Moretele is the correct figure. I think we'll provide a correct percentage figure. But in terms of the amount is correct. For the 25-26 financial year, 3 municipalities have been allocated additional funding to repair municipal infrastructure damaged by floods. Moretele local municipality was allocated 20 million with the fiscal progress currently at 85 and the remaining balance of 3.4. In Ratlo, it was allocated 22 million with this fiscal progress currently at 10%. The balance is 19. In City of Matlosane, it was allocated 22 million with the fiscal progress currently at 38%. Of the balance of 20 million. These projects are expected to be completed by February 2027. What we do, we normally convene quarterly meetings to monitor that the money is used for the objective and is not being diverted for other things. Honorable Speaker, severe weather conditions cause significant damage to our infrastructure, including roads, bridges, houses, disrupting access to communities and economic nodes. The National Disaster Management Center approved 100 million for the Northwest Department of Public Works and Roads to repair roads, culverts, and bridges infrastructure damages during the 2024-25 financial year. In addition, the Provincial Treasury allocated further 50 million towards the department disaster recovery intervention. Through this funding, the department is currently implementing 21 projects. And when the MECs come here, they will elaborate further to give details on progress. Honorable members, whilst government moves swiftly to mobilize recovery resource to respond to disaster, we have come to accept that response alone
Honorable MEC,
is not...
Honorable MEC, I'm worried of your time and you're still on COCTA, on local government.
How many time is left? Okay.
Continue.
Based on, you are right, thank you. Based on lessons learned from flood disaster response, the Provincial Disaster Management Center will in 2026-27 financial year strengthen disaster risk governance at provincial and district level. EXCO resolved that heads of departments identify nodal focal person to participate in the Provincial Disaster Advisory Forum meeting, strengthening coordination and proactive. On Program 4, Honorable Speaker, as we pursue renewal, we reaffirm the central role of traditional leadership in governance and development. Traditional leaders remain vital partners in advancing social cohesion, preserving cultural heritage, and driving rural development. Support to the traditional leaders, Chair, we reiterate our support to the Northwest Provincial House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, jaaka puso ya province re tla tswella go netefatsa gore dikgosi tsa rona ba na le didiriswa tse di botlhokwa go ka ba kgontsha go ka dira ditiro tsa bone tsa letsatsi le letsatsi. The department has made significant progress in providing tools of trade, including cell phones, laptops, and vehicles in this financial year. The remaining 23 vehicles for senior traditional leaders will be procured, bringing the total of 54 vehicles purchased over the MTF period. Furthermore, the House Chamber and the Traditional Council Office will be refurbished. A total of 2.5 million has already been spent on design for the new chambers, while 47.7 million will be sought from Provincial Treasury for refurbishment and upgrades. For maintenance of existing traditional council, 10 million has been budgeted for the 26-27 and 5 million for the following year. An additional 25 million per annum over the MTF period has been budgeted for the construction of new traditional council office across the province. Go netefatsa gore magosi le makgotla a bone a direla mo maemong a siameng go tlisa ditlhabololo mo metseng ya rona. Traditional council receive annual grant to 100 million to procure more tools of trade and manage daily operation. Engagements between the National Department of Traditional Affairs and province on guidelines for appointing support staff are ongoing, and we await outcome of to ensure decent salaries and benefits for our traditional councils. On coronation policy, the final draft coronation policy has been completed and will be presented to the Kgosi next week before the submission to the MEC for approval. Funeral support of 100,000 and 25,000 is provided upon the passing of a duly recognized Kgosi or Khosana respectively. Honorable Speaker, in honor of the immense contribution of traditional leaders to the South African liberation struggle, COGTA will support the Northwest House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders and the National House to host the 2026 Lenaka Memorial Lecture. This prestigious event will take place on the 8th December. We are still to confirm the exact date as per my discussion with the leadership of the traditional leaders yesterday, but it will take place in December at the Bahuritsi Bahamuilwa traditional community in Dinokana. To us, this lecture is more than a commemoration. It is a powerful platform that advances social cohesion, preserves our rich cultural heritage, and promotes community development. It is our collective duty to honor the past while building a united future. On the dispute, Madam Speaker, 3 Section 59 investigation committee under the traditional and Khoisan leadership have been finalized for Bahurutsi Bahamuilwa, Bahurutsi Bo Manyane, and Bakwena Ba Mogopa. I'm pleased to confirm that the matter of Bahurutsi Bahamuilwa and Bakwena Ba Musane have been successfully finalized following due process. Premier Mokhosi recognized Kgosi Monna Mere Umphile Muilwa and Kgosi Tebe Hemen Maselwane as the legitimate traditional leaders. The remaining 2 committees are on track for finalization by July with full administrative support guaranteed throughout. We went there with the Premier to go and communicate the message to the royal family. In this financial year, additional committees will be established to investigate headmanship dispute, including Barolombaha Mariba dispute over the succession of Bokhosana of Mabone, Bora CD dispute relating to succession of to Bora Molema in Tontonyane and Bokhosana Bo Maretsane and Barolombaha Poi dispute over the Bokhosana of Tlhakajane. Investigation will also be instituted into the withdrawal of the recognition of 2 Dikhosana under Section 9 of the TKLA, namely Madinonyane headmanship of Letau and Moshwana headmanship from Batlaro, Bahamasibi in Stelhoorte village. Digitization of traditional leadership, Comrade Premier, honorable members. In 2025-26, we announced the digitization of the traditional leadership records. The digitized database supports case management of traditional leadership dispute by improving access to historical and legal documentation. Records for key dispute have been digitized, and the Directorate continue aligning the database with verified information from the Commission of Traditional Leadership Dispute and Claim, Commission of Inquiry reports, and Section 59 investigative reports. Honorable Speaker, the Department continue to support the Provincial Initiation Coordination Committee to promote safe and incident-free customary initiation practices. Pre-initiation capacity building sessions have been held for the traditional leaders, practitioners, parents, initiates, community members, and stakeholders aimed at reducing illegal initiation school. To strengthen the oversight, approval has been granted for the appointment of 20 seasonal contract workers per initiation season, and additional vehicle to enhance monitoring and inspection. Additional measures for 26-27 include collaboration with the health health sector community awareness campaign provision of resources by municipalities and strengthen law enforcement. Honorable Lehari, for this winter initiation season, we are taking a zero tolerance stance. Abatsamaye ba tshela, mme ba boe ba tshela. We want those intending to operate bogus school that will not allow illegal
You have
initiation
20
to
minutes
practice.
remaining, MEC. 20 minutes to finish your speech.
Yeah. Musa Kotla, the department is doing all in its power to ensure that the constitution of traditional council in the province are finalized. Accordingly, Madam Speaker, allow me to present the budget for the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, vote 9 as follows. Administration, 211,013,000 rand. Local governance, 111,361,000 rand. Development and planning, 189,994,000. Traditional affairs, 200,253,000 rand. Total is 712,621,000. In terms of budget 14 on the Department of Human Settlement, Honorable Speaker, we tabled this budget of the Department of Human Settlement during a month steeped in the legacy of our struggle for liberation. This month of June, we pause to honor the 70th anniversary of the women who marched against the past laws and the 50th anniversary of the youth who rose up against the brutal regime of apartheid, which sought to use education to disenfranchise them. It is therefore a powerful coincidence that we do so exactly 71 years. In terms of prioritization of the program. Program 1, Honorable Speaker, I'm pleased to report that for the first time since the department was established in 2019, we now have an approved organizational structure designed to strengthen our capacity to deliver on the mandate providing integrated human settlement. To bolster this capacity, the department received an additional of 7.2 million from the equitable share to augment on the COE. We want, Madam Speaker, allow me to announce and congratulate Ms. Sylvia Mukhadi, a chartered accountant who has been appointed as the CFO with effect from the 1st of July. She steps up from her acting role as the second man from the Northwest Housing Corp. The appointment followed the finalization of the disciplinary case against the former CFO, Ms. Sylvia. She's here. In our continued effort to strengthen technical capacity within the Construction Project Management Unit, we awarded bursaries to 14 officials to further their studies. 10 of them are currently in the process of registering for recognition of prior learning or RPL with the Council for Construction for Project Management and Construction Project Managers. 5 have been registered as candidate construction project managers. Honorable members, we remain committed to addressing youth unemployment and skills development through our internship program. During the 2024-25 financial year, we appointed 27 interns on a 2-year contract, which concluded at the end of this month, June. For the 26-27 and 27-28 financial year, we'll be appointing 44 interns whose contract will run up until 2028. Despite the department commitment to paying suppliers within 30 days, budget reduction in previous financial year placed a significant pressure on the cash flow, resulting in payables and accruals of 474 million for 2023-24 and 496 million in 24-25 financial year. This outstanding obligation negatively impacted the department's ability to consistently meet the prescribed payment period. Madam Speaker, since the adoption of the 80-20% allocation strategy, payables and accruals have been reduced to 342 million. This improvement strengthen the department's ability to pay suppliers within 30 days, enhance compliance with the legislative requirement, and contributes to improve service delivery across the province. In terms of Program 2, in as far as housing needs, planning and research is concerned, on the land acquisition, the shortage of well-located and suitable land for human settlement development remains one of the most significant obstacles to deliver on our mandate, as previously outlined to this House, and in keeping with the commitments we made last year. The department continued to pursue the acquisition of private land across the province. For 25-26 financial year, we had planned to acquire 2,311 hectares of land in 4 districts. However, we only acquired 2 portions of land in Rustenburg, in Popomolef and Bekisan of 36 hectares. For the current financial year, the department planned to acquire 2,496 hectares of the land in Bojanala district, looking into Khetle Madibe, Moretele, Rustenburg, and retrying Ditsobo, Tlangaka Modiri Molema. Honorable Speaker, the department has finalized the required agreement between the municipal managers of Rustenburg and JB Max municipality in line with the accreditation framework. Rustenburg local municipality will oversee the housing project planning and management, while JB Max will deal with the beneficiary administration. The municipal accreditation ensures that municipalities are progressively capacitated to perform their delegated function to bolster human settlement delivery. Honorable members, the department welcomes the progress made by the National Prosecuting Authority, the NPA, in facilitating the return of the Marang Estate Housing Project to the Social Housing Regulatory Authority, SHRA, and the land to the Mahikeng local municipality. This marks a significant breakthrough for a multi-million rand project that had remained a stall for years, depriving our residents of much needed housing. Project with the project now in the right hands, we are optimistic about its timely implementation beyond addressing housing backlog. In terms of the rental stock, the rental housing program, comprising of the social housing program and community residential units or CRU program, aim to expand access to affordable and decent accommodation for low to middle income households in urban and semi-urban areas. The planning unit is currently undertaking feasibility studies for the construction of 150 CRUs in Taung, as part of our efforts to expand rental housing in smaller towns and promote balanced spatial development across the province. We are pleased to announce that SHRA has granted approval to phase 1 of JB Max local municipality social housing project, which would yield 576 units. There are 1,082 social housing units in the pipeline in Mahikeng. On housing development, our target for housing delivery for 25-26 financial year was 3,555 houses and 3,146 sites, with a total budget of 1,302 million. We have significantly surpassed this target by delivering 3,692 units to eligible beneficiaries, mostly elderly people. For the current financial year, we plan to deliver 3,793 units in all the 4 districts as follows. In Bojanala, 857, Dr. KK, 945, Ngaka, 816, Sekgomotse Mompati, 795. The total is 380. We are hard at work to fulfill the objects of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, the greatest respect and humility allow me to plead with our communities not to sell their RDP, or currently known as the PNG. To do so is to undermine the Freedom Charter, betray the Constitution. In terms of the Catholic project, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, allow me to remind this House that we have 2 catalytic projects currently underway, which is Bukamoso in Bojanala District Municipality and Matlosana, the N12, the Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. In the previous financial year, we had planned to deliver 400 housing units, but exceeded that target by delivering 590 units at a cost of 114 million. However, we have noted instances of underperformance by contractors and have already engaged them directly. Delays, particularly on your Matlosana N12 catalytic project, which has attracted negative publicity. I wish to assure the residents of Matlosana, like we did during the NCOP, that we are collaborating closely with the National Department of Human Settlement and the municipality to address whatever challenges that are there. The department is planning to deliver 319 units with a budget of 67 million. In terms of the mining towns, our province is richly endowed with mineral resources, as we all know. Over the past 3 decades, this has attracted a significant influx of migrant workers from other provinces and neighboring southern countries seeking economic opportunities in the mining area. This continued migration has led to the persistent mushrooming of informal settlement around our mining towns, placing mounting pressure on housing demand, bulk infrastructure as basic services. Se mmusa kgotla se re busetsa ko morago jaaka lefapha, but in response, we'll continue engaging local municipalities to strengthen the bylaws enforcement and remaining vigilant in preventing further land invasion in all these areas. Despite these challenges, the department planned to deliver 433 sites and 203 housing units, mainly in Gauteng, River Madibeng, Moses Kotane, Rustenburg, and City of Matlosana local municipality. And the budget we have put aside dates 111 million. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the obstacle we face, we have made significant progress. We successfully delivered 995 sites and 273 housing units with the total budget of 141 million. In the current financial year, the department will deliver 983 units and 1,379 sites. On your informal settlement upgrading program, the informal settlement upgrading program is central to the restoring the dignity of our people. It seeks to redress the spatial imbalances of the past and build sustainable human settlement that bring our people closer to the economic opportunities, place of work, worship, social activities. For the 2025 financial year, the department targeted the delivery of 2,257 service sites. Progress was hampered by a slow response of local authorities in relocating beneficiaries to enable contractors to commence construction. In addition, the reblocking process remained a challenge due to the number of permanent structures that must be replaced. And this is in as far as your project that we are undertaking in Bojanala is concerned. But I want to applaud the Executive Mayor of Rustenburg, Meshila Mabale Huma, for engaging the Popomolefe informal settlement communities to announce the appointment of the contractor and appeal for the cooperation of the community. On as far as delivery of service sites is concerned, Honorable Speaker, for the 2025-26 financial year, the department planned to deliver 5,403 service sites with the progress measures across the 6 focus areas, which is catalytic project, mining towns, military vets, housing, block projects, and women in construction projects. We are pleased to inform this August House that we delivered 3,778 service sites. For the current financial year, we plan to deliver 3,269. Honorable Speaker, we have resolved to strengthen collaboration with local municipalities to ensure that the MIG is used for installation of basic services prior to the construction of top structures, because this has been a problem. In 25-26 financial year, we allocated 8% for bulk infrastructure projects and appointed 2 contractors in the City of Matlosana and JB Max local municipality. For 26-27, the department has appointed contractors for bulk services in Buitikong and Rustenburg. On the block projects, in the past financial year, we had targeted unblocking 33 projects comprising of 426 housing units valued at 94 million. As at the end of 25-26 financial year, Comrade Premier, we have delivered 275 housing units with the expenditure of 35 million. For the current financial year, the department intends to deliver 754 units with the budget of 163 million. Progress has been slower than we had anticipated, but we are soldiering on with our resolve to allocate the 80% of our budget to unblock block projects and using only 20% for new projects. We are presenting an opportunity, Honorable Speaker, in terms of the first home finance. For 25-26, we budgeted 5.7 million to subsidize 44 beneficiaries, yet only 25 were approved. So we appeal to the resident to step forward for 2026. We aim to subsidize 80 beneficiaries. To boost rural uptake, we are partnering with the National Housing Finance Corporation and tribal authorities, starting with 50 units this year. First Home Finance offers a once-off subsidy of up to 130,000 to first-time buyers earning between 3,500. 22,000 per month, and also support those building in rural areas or using savings scheme like the Stockfell and all that. And as far as title deeds is concerned, we are fully behind the minister's Title Deed Friday campaign, restoring dignity, securing security and economic access through ownership. We targeted 6,700 title deeds in 25-26, contributing to the national target of 80,000. By 2029, by March 2026, we had delivered only, 2026, delivered only 3,048. Women in construction. Honorable Speaker, through a signed memorandum of understanding with SAWIC, we have shattered the myth that the construction is for men alone. For the 2025-26 financial year, the department awarded 12 projects for an amount of 444 million. Of this amount, all women categories that include your disability and youth receive 73% of the project value. The three categories can be broken down in your non-youth women, 20.3%. The women, the youth, the people living with disability receive 22%. On special program in terms of the removal of the asbestos program, the department has directed the NHBRC to assess 1,219 identified houses across 4 municipalities. Last year, we further issued an instruction to the HDA.
MEC, as you wrap up, you go to the budget.
Okay. To conduct scope of the work for the removal of asbestos roof, which will be implemented in line with the NHBRC. These areas assess and plan for removal of asbestos in the current financial year are as follows: Ridirile Derby, it would be 37, Koster 87, Ikachem Proper 1017 in JB Max. And we need to next time. Military vets, Speaker, last year we targeted 83 units at the cost, as I conclude, at the cost of 30 million. Following the military vets in Pizo, in Moses Kotane, and Dr. Kenneth Kaunda held in Matlosani in April, we reached consensus on the fast tracking of the delivery of the cabinet intervention now being implemented. On eradication of the mud houses, Musa Khotla, Lefatse, Kabo Parali, Temukela Petohoya, Maemo Alwapi, Kekamo Renang, Lehui Temukela, Dipula Zedi Nam Petelele Nako Lenako, Lefari Tumela Honakapula, Ditlogela Matlo, Abahi Barona, Ale Matlota, Seholo Boholo Jang, Matlo Amu, areas in Greater Taung, local municipality, Kunotswana, Ramotsere Muilwa, and Nakamudiri Mulama, as well as in Rustenburg, Moses Kotane, are some of the severely affected areas by the floods. On rental housing and tribunal, Honorable Speaker, the Northwest Rental Housing Tribunal handled 814 cases. The Northwest Housing Corporation, I'm pleased to announce that the appointment of the 10 members of the Northwest Housing Corporation for a 3-year term under Section 10 of the Northwest Housing Corp. The Housing Corp is led by a capable leadership of Mayor Wendy Nelson and the Deputy Chairperson, Date Kabelo Matabo, Honorable State. Other members are capable men, women with experience in various in various fields. In terms of strengthening accountability, the Northwest has achieved the Northwest Housing Corp has achieved an unqualified audit opinion for the 4th consecutive financial year. Housing Corporation Bill, Madam Speaker, which is before your House, will be presented and adopted by the Executive Council. In terms of the Smart and Mega City, Honorable Speaker,
MEC.
this program.
You are on my discretion. I said go to the budget. Your
Okay.
time is done. I'm giving you my discretion. Go to the budget.
Ke tla di feleletsa ke boa go siame. Honorable Speaker, in terms of this program, I present to you vote 14 for the Department of Human Settlement. There is a lot to say about the human settlement. If time permitted, we would have shared this information with you. But in terms of Program 1, administration, the amount is 191,258,000. Program 2, housing needs planning and research, 42,263,000 rand. Program 3, housing development, 1,475,182,000. Under that, human settlement development grant, it's 1,220,328,000. For your ISUPG, it's 177,191,000. The voted funds is 77,663,000. The grand total for the allocation for the department is 1,780,703,000 rand. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the African National Congress under the able leadership of the chairperson, Comrade Dumile Maloi, and together with the collective of the PC on the commitment to realize a vision for fixing local government and transform the economy. I'm forever indebted to the ANC for choosing me as its deployee to implement its revolutionary program. I express my gratitude to the Honorable Premier Kagiso Mokhosi, whom I continue to support in his vision of building Northwest Province that works for all. A huge appreciation to my colleagues in the executive. I thank you for your support and collaborative spirit as we work together for the people of the province. To the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, in absentia, Honorable Khalelo Makhukowa, and honorable members of the committee, Baya Danki ke a leboga. Ke leboga thata go ntlo ya our member committee wena. Ntlo ya segosi ya province, modulasetulo Kgosi Thari Maotwe le committee ya gago ke a leboga support e leng pha yone. Thank you to the HOD of the Department of COGTA, Dr. Mokote Dibole, Mme Khomotso Mahlobo, and the entire workforce, the leadership of the entities, board members, and the CEO, Bishop Sello Mokhudiri, and the team. A moment of appreciation to support staff in my office for their indispensable behind-the-scene work, organization, and logistical support that enables my office to function effectively. To my family, especially my dear wife who is in the gallery, and the children, thank you for your patience, your love, your support, and your sacrifices. Your love is the strength behind every step I take. But above all, I anchor my commitment and our collective work in the Lord. I thank Almighty God for the life and the opportunity to serve selflessly. It is not by our own strength, knowledge, or eloquence that we will succeed, but by our reliance on the Lord, who orders our step with this trust. We will build resilient communities, a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Ke a go leboga, Musa Kgotla.
Thank you very much, MEC. I allowed you to push because I realize that you have a lot to say to our community. It's important. But I think when you come and respond, some of the key issues, you will just signal them out. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I will now call on the acting chairperson on the Committee of Cooperative Governance, Honorable Oliphant, to table and lead the debate of the following report: Committee Report of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Annual Performance Plan 26-27, Committee Report of Human Settlement, Annual Performance Plan 26-27. Honorable Oliphant, you have. Okay. Honorable Stale, what is the point of order?
Honourable Speaker, as a member of the Portfolio Committee on COGTA, I want to check when we elected the Honourable Oliphant as the acting chairperson of the committee.
Chair?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Are you done, honorable members? Honorable members, you will tell me once you're done. Are you done? Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, please contain yourself. Honorable Chief Whip of the House.
Madam Speaker, I must indicate that when we started the budget speeches, there was consultation with the whips. There will be adjustments. There will be adjustments. There will be adjustments on the absence of the members.
Honorable Chief Whip.
And I presume that...
Honorable Chief Whip, just a sec. Honorable members, can you allow me to run this house? Please. Can you allow me to run there? Can you put down your hand, Honorable Tsulo? Honorable members, try to be orderly. I'm pleading with all of you. Just try to be orderly. The matters will be, there's no crisis. If you can just contain yourself. Honorable Stale have raised a question, and I'm trying to ensure that that question is being responded. There's no need for you to howl. Honorable Chief Whip.
Chair, I'm saying that when we started the budget speeches, we had a challenge, I think, with the chairperson of Arts and Culture. And we then indicated that there will be adjustments on a number of committees. It is just that maybe, and I apologize if maybe I was expected to go back again to consult the parties. But the WIPARI, we have engaged that there will be adjustments on committees. And even yesterday, there were changes which were not consulted, and there were not issues that were raised in terms of that. Because some members, I've been debating, Chair, myself, I have even debated on committees as a chief whip because of the absence of the non-availability of members. Honorable Makgakane yesterday has debated and let the can I be protected, Chair? Can I be protected?
You're protected,
I don't mind to, but I just needed to clarify that. Even yesterday, Chair, Honorable Makgakane presented a report. Let the debate on behalf of the member. And I thought that we moved from the premise of the engagements on Wednesday. But if that is the case, Chair, I would want to apologize profusely, and I want to plead that we proceed, Chair, in the best interest of our communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Just put your hand down. Relax. I'll acknowledge you. You know, honorable members, whips of parties, the reason why every party have got a whip is precisely to engage amongst yourself. As a speaker, I will never take a decision besides checking with the chief whip of the house if the whips of parties have been involved. Now, if the whips of parties didn't get the report and the chief whip is explaining what really transpired, there's no need for you to cause havoc in this house. There is no need for any havoc into this house. And if you go to your rules, there is a discretion of unforeseen circumstances in the rules. So there is no crisis, honorable members. unforeseen circumstances, go to your rule book. Go to your rule book. Can I get number, ma'am? Give me the order, Honorable Tsolo. Ha gona keo in the house. Do you all have your rule books? Do you all have your rule books? Open your rule books on number 5, unforeseen eventualities. Go and read it, colleagues. If you have your rule books, there's no need to fight like there is no tomorrow. The people of the Northwest want to hear what these MECs are presenting before them. They want to know what is going to happen to their communities. And this is one of the critical budget votes that talks to the heart of our people in this province. And I'm not going to allow you to take this house in disarray and disallow our people to have the opportunity to hear what is there for them. Honorable Tsolo, I hope you've heard me, and whatever you raise, you will be progressive in what, because we must continue. Hey, Nina. Hey, Nina. Honorable Tsolo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. E re ke bue ka Setswana gore ke kgone go utlwalega sentle. Ke ne ke re ke go itsise mo mmusa kgotla yo tlotlegang gore ga re kitla re tsa tshono ye go tima baagi ba rona go utlwa seo se ba se tshwaretsweng ke lefapha le ka fa tlase ga mokhuduthamaga. Mare re kopa gore mmusa Chief Whip ke lebetse Setswana se ke tshwanetse re ke se dirise sa Chief Whip. Ke kopa gore se mesegolo sa ntlo e se re tlotle jaaka dimedigolo jaaka a dirile mo tshimologong ka ba babedi a se ka tla go dira seipato sa gore maabane go diragetse o buile ka ba babedi ha tla go re consulta re dutse jana ka Honorable Nathan ga iseng ka tla a re consult re kopa gore ba re tlotle re ska ra bona dilo di diragala fela mo pele ga matlho a rona kwa ntle ga go tlotliwa ene ga bui bua maruri mo ntlong mo pele ga ntlo e jaaka semesegolo a re o buile le rona mo tshimologong o buile le rona mo tshimologong ka tse pedi di committee e seng ka ye re e bonang mo pele ga rona go na le Honorable Nathan Oliphant.
Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the Chief Whip have apologized and the matter is closed. Honorable Oliphant, you have 7 minutes. The matter is closed. Honorable Sonakile, I hope you're not talking on this matter because I've closed it.
Yeah, Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 1541.
Rule?
154, subsection 1.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, that rule is very clear. In the absence of a chair, the committee appoints an acting chair. There's no way it speaks about whippery, there's no way it speaks about an apology. In as much as people want to hear the budget speech, people would also want things to be done legally and lawfully. What is happening before us is unprecedented and it's unlawful. If we are going to allow one unlawful action and say an apology was made, then we must forever then keep it consistent with that type of behavior, and it will create this house to be chaotic. So I beg on you to do things correctly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sonakile. The chapter 10 speaks to committees, not in the House. In the House, the Speaker have taken a decision. The matter is closed. Honorable Oliphant, 7 minutes.
Speaker.
Honorable Babile, you are not on this matter again.
Speaker.
You are not, if we are
I'm
on this net,
rising I'm
Honorable
rising on a
Babwile,
point of order.
Honorable Babwile, if you are discussing this matter,
I'm rising on a
The-
point of order.
I don't have a problem on the point of order, but all what I'm saying to you, if you are rising on this matter, I have rule on the matter.
I'm
not going-
rising on a point of
honorable
order.
members,
You are degenerating this
honorable
house,
members,
Honorable Speaker.
you are out of order. You are so out of order. You are so out of order. Can you allow other members to speak? And as a speaker, I've got the right to take a decision on the matter on the table in this house. Yes, but you cannot. When I allow another member to speak, you speak because you are drowning the speaker that must speak. That is wrong of you, Honorable Babwile.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I will applaud on you to try to be very patient with this process because I'm a whip. And I must indicate that we received a call from the chief whip indicating that there are two chairpersons of committees who will not be able to present their reports. And arrangements.
Sorry, Honorable Babwile. Honorable Tsulo, Honorable Dial, with due respect, can you respect a speaker on the platform as much as you would wish to be respected when you are on the platform? Contain yourself. Honorable Babwile.
Now,
Order, Madam Speaker.
Honorable MEC, are you calling order on an order?
Yes.
Okay, let's hear. Honorable Babwile, there
Madam
is an
Speaker.
order on you.
Madam Speaker, I think this matter, my order is that the honorable whips of the parties, as much as they are right, the honorable whip of this house have apologized. So the matter is closed. And you have made a ruling on this matter as the speaker of this house. You are ruling as the speaker by all of us. Whoever who is not happy with your ruling must report to the Rules Committee. Thank you.
Which rule talks about an apology? You're introducing a
Are
rule
you
of
done?
apology.
Are you done howling each other? I still repeat, honorable members, the matter of Honorable Nathan is closed, and the whip of the house have apologized. And I know exactly what should happen. I'm just being Honorable Stale. Honorable Stale. Oh. Honorable Sonakile. Honorable Sonakile. Honorable Tsulo. Honorable members. What is wrong with you? Honorable Stale, you're out of order. No, you're out. This is not your house. This is not your house. This is my house, and you will behave. You will behave. You will behave. It's my house. Hey, Batu, you are out of order. You are unruly.
There's no rule of apology.
Honorable Sonakile.
Yes,
Stay.
Honorable Sonakile.
Dr. Mutuna Mokoena,
Honorable
stay.
Matuani.
stay lumana.
I'm not going to accept any further hand. You stop what you are doing. You stop what you are doing, honorable members. I'm trying to be nice to all of you, but you are taking me for Honorable Steenkabe. I'm not going to allow any hand, unfortunately. I'm not going to. If any member, because I was avoiding what the MEC was saying, I was avoiding to do what the MEC was saying I must do, because I'm trying to be generous to all of you. And I'm trying to understand from where you come from on all of you. But it's like you are taking this, you are taking me for a ride.
The
I'm not
MEC
going
was
to allow
misleading you, Speaker.
No. I'm not going to
The
allow
MEC
anyhow.
was misleading you.
I'm not going
if
to
you
allow.
listen to the MEC, during her time, the House always
Honorable
degenerated.
Sonakile.
Because Nasa
Honorable
follow
Sonakile.
She's the
Honorable
last person you
Sonakile.
must follow. That one.
Honorable Sonakile. Honorable Sonakile, can you put your hand down? Honorable Steenkamp, put your hand down. Okay. Honorable Babuile, you were on the platform.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'll try to cut the whole thing very short. Rule 154, subsection 1 says, in the absence of the chair, the committee must elect the chair, who will assume all the responsibilities of the chair till the matter is done. Now, the question that I want to ask is, who appointed Honorable Oliphant on behalf of the committee to present the report in this house? Because there are many other committee members here who could have done the same thing. And then I would request that twerkers must not, these MECs who are twerking must not come and twerk before me here. Please. We can do it far better than them.
Are you done?
So the MECs who are usually twerking.
But Matuan was leading much better, man.
Honorable Babuile,
So
are you done with your issue?
I'm pleading with you, Honorable Speaker, that let's not degenerate this house. Let's allow this house to run. If a mistake was done, let's accept and move. Please.
Nathan, we pay the local branching, or Jama branch, or Jadi community meeting, Gabutsoti, or to pay a happy today.
Honorable members,
Because there's this rule that says members must cooperate with the representative office. Alternatively, a member must, the rule must be referred to rules committee for consideration.
Nathan, apologize to the people for Butsukuna people no wa we.
Lehedite. Honorable members, I'll refer you back to the rules again. You are done with your high click. I'll refer you to rule number 7. I'll refer you to rule number 7. And I'll read it out to you. Once I'm done reading this rule, I'm not going to allow anybody to speak. I don't like removing people in the house because you are representing the people. You are not representing yourself. All of you, you are not representing yourself. After reading this rule, nope, yes, it's fine. It's fine. Ruling, the speaker must perform the function as provided for in this rule and may make ruling in applying and interpreting these rules. Orders of the House and directives and guidelines approved by the Rules Committee. Now, honorable members, I'm taking a ruling, and any member who's not happy about my ruling will go to the Rules Committee. Members must comply with the presiding officer's ruling. Number 3, members must comply with rulings made by presiding officer. Now, number 4 says, a member may request that a ruling be referred to the Rules Committee for consideration and report. Yes. Yes. I'm reading from your rule books that you have adopted. I'm reading from your rule that you have adopted. Yes. It's okay. It's okay. It's not going to happen. You see, I'm not going to remove anybody from the house, but I'm saying honorable members, the whips, the whips of parties. Can I give you 5 minutes, the whips of parties to meet and conclude, but I have ruled on the matter. Chief Whip, can I allow you to meet up with the whips of parties? I am adjourning the house for 5 minutes and allow the whips to meet with Chief Whip and come back in 5 minutes. The house stand adjourned.
Tau shapa ka molao Viola. Tau shapa ka molao, tau shapa ka molao. Ha o tlo gana parlamente se strata. Re tau shapa ka molao. 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 Re tau shapa ka molao.
Molao ofe.
Thank you very much, honorable members, our guests. Thank you very much for allowing us space to correct some of the things. I will now call Honorable Nathan. You have 8 minutes. No longer 7, 8 now.
Honorable Speaker, I'm intimidated, so I must probably behave very well because of the fear of the unknown. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, our traditional leadership and the leadership of Kgosi Tarimautwe, members of the Provincial Legislature, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I present this report on behalf of the committee exercising oversight on the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, as well as the Department of Human Settlements. Madam Speaker, I will go straight to the recommendations of the committee in respect of the APP and the budget, and I'll start with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The committee has about 22 recommendations, and I think they're quite important in respect of the work of the department. The portfolio recommends as follows. 1, that the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs must aggressively transition from passive advisory support to proactive regulatory enforcement, utilizing the full extent of its legislative oversight powers to compel municipalities to comply with the regulations governing the appointment of senior managers. That they, within 14 days, establish a compliance dashboard, deploy a centralized provincial tracking matrix capturing all senior municipal vacancies, active recruitment processes, and the exact compliance status of every shortlisted candidate against minimum qualifications and competency frameworks. That they, within 30 days, issue Section 106 notices to all non-compliant municipalities or councils, ordering the immediate rescission of irregular senior appointments. That they, in collaboration with the Office of the Premier and the Provincial Treasury, institute formal legal interdicts or invoke fiscal withholding mechanisms against any municipality that fails to rectify irregular appointments within 14 days of receiving the directives. That the department must clear the spatial governance backlogs by providing targeted technical interventions to municipalities with a specific focus of resolving land use management and tenure disputes within tribal authorities and communal land spaces. That they, within 60 days, and in partnership with the House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders, draft a standardized regularization framework specifically tailored for communal land administration in tribal areas. That they deploy a dedicated team of spatial planners to review and process the outstanding backlog of land use reports, targeting a minimum of 85% completion rate before the end of the financial year. That the department must formalize, institutionalize, and fund partnerships with traditional leadership as mandated under Section 24, ensuring clear targets are met to harmonize municipal planning with traditional councils, traditional council jurisdictions within 60 days. That they submit a comprehensive performance log to the committee detailing the exact number of land use reports reviewed under these partnerships and their alignment with municipal SDFs within 30 days. That the department must maintain strict fiscal accountability by providing transparent, technically sound justifications to the legislature for any shifts in funds across programs, particularly the reduction in Program 2, Local Governance, and expansion of Program 3, Development and Planning. Within 30 days, present a detailed technical report to the committee justifying the fund migration from Program 2 to 3, including the specific cost centers affected and the proof of treasury approval. That they within 30 days present an impact analysis proving that the funding reallocation in Program 2 will not lead to the collapse of core municipal monitoring and intervention operations. That the department must aggressively intervene to correct the environmental and public health threats posed to unlicensed municipal waste disposal assets. That the department within 30 days partner with the Department of DDECT to compile an audited list of unlicensed and non-compliant municipal landfill sites. Within 60 days, deploy environmental engineers to assist to prioritize municipalities in drafting basic site recommendation plans and operational compliance procedures. The department must elevate disaster readiness by compelling municipalities to integrate climate change adaptation strategies in their core planning frameworks. That they within 60 days design and implement mandatory climate risk training for all municipal managers, IDP managers, and local disaster center coordinators. That they establish localized early warning frameworks and equip district disaster management centers with functional localized weather warning distribution mechanisms to build community resilience against extreme weather events. That they provide the committee with data-driven progress logs demonstrating measurable turnaround benchmarks. That they within 30 days review all municipal LED initiatives to check their alignment with the provincial growth strategy and evaluate their economic viability.
As you wrap up.
That municipalities link their LED initiatives with major local economic anchors, especially to agriculture and the mining sectors. As Speaker, in respect of human settlements, the department should provide a detailed report outlining the cause of current accruals, currently standing at approximately 300 million. That the department must confirm its budget allocation strategy to the current financial year, specifically whether it will adopt the 80-20 approach, allocating 80% of the budget for completion of projects and the 20 for new projects. That the department should submit a comprehensive risk register and mitigation plan. And in respect of the Housing Corporation, Speaker, I am summarizing these and the detail is in the report. That the committee seeks clarification regarding whether the Northwest Housing Corporation has increased its budget allocation for maintenance. That the committee requests, an update on the status and progress of NTI cross-border housing units in Pampierstad. That the committee requests clarification as to whether the situation analysis conducted by the NWHC was guided by the findings of the latest census and asks for further information on this matter. That the committee requests clarity on whether any buffer provision, contingency measures or mitigation strategies have been developed and implemented by the corporation and request the details thereof. Honourable Speaker, I present a summary of the committee report on behalf of the committee and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Matuani, no longer 5, you have 7 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, pele ke ka tswelela ke rata gore ke gakolole this house. Segolo jang bangwe ba ile goreng ke batho ba ba itirang botlhale gore re rometswe fano re rometswe ke baagi gore re tle go emela dikgatlhegelo tsa bone. So we are not stepchildren in this house. Ebile a ratla re tshogile. Ha re utlwa gore they are here ba teng ha. So, Honorable Speaker, I find it important to clarify to the people of this province that the unqualified audit opinion the MEC spoke of only means that the municipality gave a correct report of its finances.
We don't know what you're talking about.
But it does not mean that the report gives a good record of spending in the municipality or that service are rendered. It is also scary that the ANC claps hands for only 6 of 22 municipalities being able to give correct reports of how it spent its budget. Nathan, The AG is still very much recognized
On a point of order,
Northwest as one
Speaker.
of the worst
Honorable
performing
Matuani.
province in this country.
Honorable Matuani, can you take your seat? Honorable Nathan?
Honorable Speaker, there is no Nathan in the House. Perhaps the honorable member needs orientation. I would like you to rule on who Nathan is. Thanks, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Matuani is Honorable Oliphant.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Oliphant, leaders and ground forces of the economic freedom fighters, Mahosi otle arona province ya Bokone Bophirima a leng teng mo teng ga ntlo e, baeng botlhe ba ba teng mo teng ga ntlo e, le baagi botlhe ba province ya Bokone Bophirima, re le EFF ra re bosele. Honorable Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Bafana Bafana for qualifying for the last 32 knockout stage of the FIFA World Cup. This win makes us proud as a nation, and we would like to encourage them to continue with all their hard work, and we wish them all the best in the next game. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs carries one of the heaviest responsibility in the provincial government with monitoring, supporting, and regulating municipalities to ensure the delivery of basic services, which is the most primary mandate of any government, as outlined in Section 152, subsection 1 of the Constitution. With an equal weight, this department bears the responsibility to provide institutional support to the heirs of the original landowners and guardians of the most sacred parts of our identity as a province, the traditional leaders of Northwest. In his address to this legislature last year, the Premier recognized that municipalities are the closest sphere of government within the reach of citizens and affect their daily lives directly. However, the Auditor General of South Africa has ranked the municipality Northwest as the worst performing and least financially stable in the country, with nearly 40% of local municipalities placed under provincial administration. On Program 2, the department has failed dismally. Municipalities across the province continue to experience financial distress, corruption, poor audit outcomes, and a collapse in basic services. Despite these realities, the department still behaves as an advisor rather than enforcer. The department has failed to ensure compliance with regulations concerning the appointment of senior managers, failed to combat corruption decisively, and failed to intervene meaningfully in dysfunctional municipalities. The EFF is further concerned by the reduction in funding to local governance at a time when municipalities require more support and stronger oversight. The reduction demonstrates misplaced priorities and a lack of appreciation of the crisis facing local government. The 2026-2027 annual performance plan indicates that all 18 of our local municipalities are in urgent condition, with 3 being in distress, which means that they have already collapsed, and 15 being at risk, meaning that the municipality are displaying serious signs of completely collapsing. Not a single municipality is performing well administratively and in delivering services. On Program 3, the department speaks about SPLUMA implementation, MIG project, and climate change interventions. The reality on the ground tells a different story. Many communities still live without reliable water supply, proper sanitation, refuse removal, and decent roads. The continued delays in land use management, especially in traditional and communal areas, expose the department's inability to address historical injustices relating to land administration. Honorable Speaker, this is partly because of the failure of the ANC leaders in municipalities to adhere to the procedures and requirements for appointing senior managers. In the city of Matlosana, the municipal manager was suspended over refusing to reappoint a CFO that was found guilty of gross misconduct, dishonesty, and dereliction of duty. In Tsuaying, ANC comrades occupy multiple senior management positions concurrently, while others hold senior management positions for more than 10 years with only a matric certificate. Under the department's situational analysis in the 26-27 APP, the department has identified an increase in unauthorized expenditure, fruitless expenditure, and wasteful expenditure. We know this is to be true because on the 8th of May 2026, Mudibua attorney compiles an investigative report that exposes 10 billion in unauthorized expenditure in Ngaka district municipality, citing that invoices were approved without the support of occurrence books and timesheets. payments were made on expiry contracts, and that purchase orders were issued after services have already been rendered. What is most concerning, Honorable Speaker, is that this increase that the department has identified appears in the situational analysis of all the previous APPs dating back to 2022. Honorable Speaker, since the department lacks capacity and creativity to stabilize municipality and adequate support our traditional leaders, EFF will only support the budget when the department exercises a sterner hand in enforcing monetary and support and reporting measures regarding administration and service delivery in municipalities. We propose that such monetary and reporting be done on a specialized digital platform that firewalls manipulation and is access to public representative. We propose that the department spearhead the program, ensuring that all municipalities are capacitated with staff equipment to adequately compile financial and administration records, putting an end to the excessive amounts spent on consultants every year. We propose that the department allow traditional leaders to lead all matters relating to Mopato, since they have a better understanding of what it requires and what the correct way of seeing the process through is, which might reduce to annual deaths and violation report. We propose that the department must pass, Honorable Speaker, so we propose that the department must pass provincial legislation that clarify the role of traditional leaders in relation to the allocation of land and allows them the localized authority within those jurisdictions that is coherent with the Constitution. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
When I say your time is up, I mean it's up. Honorable Sonti, you no longer have 5 minutes, you have 7 minutes. Don't come with preambles and then your time get up. Ke go hila 2 minutes. 7 minutes, Honorable Sonti.
Honorable Speaker. At the center of this APP is a budget of 1,708 billion, reduced from 1,840 billion in the previous financial year, a decrease of 131.791 million. This reduction comes at the time when housing need in the Northwest is not declining, when informal settlements are not disappearing, and when a title deed backlogs, stalled projects, and weak spatial transformation remain pressing realities. The department wants this House to believe that it can do more with less, but the truth is that the reduced budget combined with poor planning and historical underperformance means our people are being asked to survive and administrative promises instead of concrete delivery. Program 1 administration receives 191.258 million, which is 11.2% of the total budget. Yet the program has only 2 indicators that alone must concern this House. Nearly 200 million rand is allocated to administration, but the measurable outputs are merely compliance with HRM legislative prescripts and for Northwest Housing Corporation performance reports assessed. This is a glaring mismatch between budget and impact. Program 2 Housing Needs Planning, Research and Technical Services receives 42.263 million, up from 29.914 million, which is a steep 41% increase. Yet despite this increase, the program remains underpowered in relation to its strategic importance. It is allocated only 2.5% of the department's total budget. This is a very program that must drive consumer education, planning and land rezoning and municipal accreditation. But when one looks closely, the indicators expose the department's own lack of ambition. Program 3 Housing Development receives 1.475 billion, which is about 86% of the total budget. This is where delivery should be visible. This is where the department should either stand proudly and hang its head in shame. The APP sets targets of 2.450 little deeds registered, 3.269 service sites completed, 3.413 housing units completed, 300 settlement 3 individual subsidies, 80 subsidies through HF and phases of informal settlement upgrading, 9 in phase 1. 0.22 in phase 2 and 9 in phase 3. On the surface, these targets appear substantial, but once we place them against the lived reality in the province and the department's financial burdens, the picture changes. The first red flag is the issue of accruals of approximately 300 million. This is a political and service delivery crisis. If the department starts the year with such a large accrual burden, then a significant portion of the current budget is already spoken for before a single new brick is laid. That means the APP may be overstating the department's real capacity to deliver on its targets. The second red flag, Honorable Speaker, it is discussion around the 80-20 approach, where 80% of the budget may go completing existing multi-year projects and only 20% to new projects. While the completion of existing projects is important, this approach also reveals the scale of backlog inherited from previous years. It means there are too many incomplete projects, too many communities half-served, too many developments frozen in time. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is not rejecting this budget because we do not care about housing delivery. We reject it because the department continues to return to this house with the same excuses, the same underperformance and the same structural weaknesses. But because we are a serious and caring opposition, we will not leave the MEC without direction. If the MEC is genuine about turning this department around, he must stop defending failure and start leading a turnaround. If the department wants to regain credibility, then the first step is honesty. As the EFF, we propose the following agent interventions. Firstly, the MEC must lead a province-wide public land audit and land release program for human settlements. The department cannot continue to claim that the backlog of over 317,000 houses is caused by a lack of land, while communities sit on the periphery of unused state land, abandoned government properties, and underutilized municipal land. The MEC must table before this House a full inventory of all provincial and municipal land parcels suitable for housing development, including state-owned buildings that can be converted into residential accommodation. As the EFF, we believe that land for housing must be treated as a strategic public asset, not as a commodity for politically connected individuals and private interests. Secondly, the department must establish a human settlement war room to unblock state and incomplete projects. This war room must include the department, municipalities, and provincial treasury, infrastructure, specialist, legal services, and community representatives. It must produce a public list of all blocked housing projects in the province, the reasons for delay, the money already spent, the contractors involved, and a deadline-driven recovery plan for each project. The era of half-built houses, abandoned slabs, and endless contractor disputes must come to an end. Every stalled project must have a named responsible official and a clear turnaround timeline. Thirdly, the MEC must stop outsourcing and build internal state capacity to deliver houses, because it is clear that the department is suffering due unfinished projects that are left by contractors. The EFF position has always been clear that the state must not be permanently dependent on private contractors who disappear from the sites and fail to complete projects, which leads to many unfinished projects that leave communities stranded. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, the MEC must place the Northwest Housing Corporation under immediate turnaround intervention. The corporation has become a weak and directionless entity with no clear growth strategy, weak revenue collections, no credible grip over its property portfolio, and no convincing explanation for why it continues to absorb public public funds without visible returns. The EFF proposes a forensic review of the Housing Corporation finances, a complete asset register of all properties inside and outside the province, a tenant verification process, and a rent recovery plan with legal enforcement against chronic non-payment where necessary. If the corporation cannot justify its continued extents after this process, then the MEC must consider radical sharing and dissolution and transfer of its functions to a more accountable public housing authority. The department must shift for building isolated houses units to developing integrated human settlements. The EFF rejects the apartheid geography that continues to push Black working class families to the margins of towns, far from jobs, schools, clinics, transport routes, and economic opportunities. New houses projects, we are rejecting, Speaker Wam. Thank you so much.
Honorable Steyn, you no longer have 8 minutes, you've got 11 minutes.
Ke lebohile Musa Hotla, baahi ba Bokonebo Rima le Marena Aruna Atenka Jeno, Dumelang, Dikhosi ka Setswana, Tainki MEC Mutsumi. Honorable Speaker, before I start, I'd like to thank the voters in Rustenburg, Ward 15, Safari Taina, Protea Park, and Bergsig Vides, who yesterday came out in numbers to endorse the very good leadership of the Democratic Alliance in local government and elected Councillor Andre van Dijk to represent them in the Rustenburg Council. A great appreciation to those voters, and I'd also like to thank the 5 people who voted for the ANC. To shame, at least give you something, nyana. Honorable Speaker, the ANC in its desperation declared 2026 the year of decisive action to fix local government and transform the economy. Now we find ourselves halfway through 2026, a mere 132 days before the elections on the 4th of November, and we are yet to see any decisive action. MEC Molapisi came here today, like he did the previous 3 years, and he told us stories about how COGTA is supporting Northwest municipalities and how the department is building capacity, addressing weaknesses, and strengthening controls. But nowhere are the people of Northwest being told when their municipalities will begin delivering clean water, dignified sanitation, clean environments, regular refuse removal, reliable electricity supply, working streetlights, or safe roads to travel on. MEC Molapisi and this ANC-led provincial government under Premier Lazim Mkhosi can't tell them when service delivery will begin because, quite frankly, they don't know themselves how to deliver services. Decisive action to fix local government is not what COGTA is doing, nor is it what the ANC provincial government is doing, because neither the ANC nor the ANC-led government knows what the word decisive means. Honourable Speaker, the word decisive, as it pertains to action, is something that strongly determines a result or settles a matter without ambiguity. Wolo lo. Decisive is not just another talk shop, a meeting with a troika, or a task team, or a Section 139 intervention, or a financial recovery plan. The residents of Northwest want decisive action to improve street lighting because it's a necessity for safer communities. They want clean water in their taps, safe roads to travel on, dignified sanitation. They want decisive action to fix municipal planning tribunals in every municipality so that they do not have to wait decades for title deeds. In many cases, and this is very sad in Northwest, many beneficiaries pass away before they receive the title deed. It's a real shame that municipalities have been broken by a careless ANC who for more than 30 years have only looted, squandered, and wasted money that should have gone towards building communities we can all be proud of. Right? MEC Molapisi here said the primary challenge of local government in Northwest is a lack of funding, and it's not. The primary cause of all the problems in local government ke mokgatlo wa ANC fela. Maqabane ba utswitse tjhelete sa setjhaba. That is why Bomasipala havana tjhelete. You stole the money. We wonder whether the ANC ever considered, we wonder whether the ANC ever considered that capable and well-governed municipalities that deliver services are a prerequisite for economic growth. Our towns are filthy, dilapidated, broken, and unsafe. Small businesses are closing down and jobs are lost. And we see that because in the Northwest, we record the highest unemployment rate in the country. More than 1 million residents in Northwest can't find a job because of how you govern. Maqabane. And in this economic misery, many residents are forced to relocate, leave the towns and the dorpies and the villages that they grew up in, that they love, because they can't find a job, but they also can't find water in their taps. They don't have sanitation. They don't have roads to travel on. There is no public transport, nothing for them to give them a better life. And here is the nub of it all, Honorable Sonakile. This Maqabane, they promised us for 30 years a better life for all, but they've only delivered a life of desperation and misery to millions of Northwest residents. This might sound like hyperbole, and it is not. One only has to look at the MFMA audit outcomes for 24-25. Not a single municipality obtained a clean audit. Northwest municipalities receive about 35 billion rand in funding during that year under review. About 4 billion of that was spent irregularly. Another 2.3 billion was wasted on unauthorized expenditure, Maqabane. And 600 million was lost to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In fact, so rotten are Northwest municipalities that they had to pay, Honorable Sonakile, 406 million to consultants to help them to do the annual financial statements, while at the same time, the salary bill for the municipal officials is 680 million. So can you imagine 1.1 billion just to prepare annual financial statements? Honorable Molapisi, I invite you to the Western Cape. I invite you to the Western Cape so that we can capacitate the Department of Cocta in Northwest in how to support local municipalities. Northwest municipalities spend almost the same on consultants as they do on salaries for municipal officials. It's money wasted. Decisive action here would be to fire the whole cohort, Maqabane. Fire them. ANC cadres who have pillaged and looted and grown too lethargic to even report for duty. They don't even show up to their offices in municipal buildings. Honorable Speaker, but while we wait for decisive action to fix local government, the people of Northwest are also waiting for houses. There's a housing backlog of more than 400,000, and yet this department's target for this financial year is to complete only 3,413 units. And these units will come from unblocked projects. Some of these projects come from 2011. They are unfinished. But I must also say that the department, under difficult circumstances, are doing quite well in completing unblocked projects. But here is the big problem. The target for title deed registration is only 2,450. But what decisive action will the department take to transfer these ownerships to beneficiaries, especially in Halehof Park, in Lekwatemane, who have been waiting for 35 years for a title deed? Unlike MEC Molapisi, I took decisive action to assist the Department of Human Settlements to improve their performance on first home finance subsidies. I am pleased to announce that through my efforts, 22 first home finance subsidies have been facilitated through the Department of Human Settlements, waiting final approval. But the target for the Department of Human Settlements is 80 for this financial year. And I would like to see the Department of Human Settlements identify a target of 8,000 first home finance subsidies. Because it can be done. It can be done. Honorable Speaker, although Human Settlements continues to face fiscal pressures, specifically with addressing accruals because of budget cuts, because maqabane ba utswa tjhelete sa setjhaba, right? Despite these realities, Human Settlements are showing good performance. But, maqabane. The Housing Corporation, Northwest Housing Corporation, kunzima. There's a deliberate attempt now to expand the mandate of the Housing Corporation to build mega cities and mega projects and give them projects triple, quadruple the budget of the Department of Human Settlements. And they want to do that, Makabane. They want to do that because the MEC appoints the board, right? And the board, Makabane, all of them, Bubohle, Wendy Nelson, MEC Finance here before, Member of Parliament, Daniel Mataboche, Deputy Chairperson, right? Former ANC member of this legislature. Lepomane works as an official, Makabane, as an official in RSM, right? Very competent to loot.
Your time
and
is
qualified
up.
to loot. Yes,
Honorable
you are right,
Stale.
Honorable Oliphant.
Honorable Stale.
Lena Micha
Stale.
was an MEC for
Honorable
Coxstar
Stale.
for a small.
Honorable Stale, your time is up.
Is it up? It's up. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Democratic Alliance will not support this budget. I thought, Honorable Speaker, that when Honorable Klapi came here with donkeys, and Honorable Mwen came here with sipete,
We are going to build those houses in those towns. Those Department of going to build them in those townships.
Honorable Stale. Honorable Stale.
Fake Trump.
Speaker, Honorable Mutsumi is threatening Honorable State.
Honorable Khosha, you have 9 minutes.
A go tla kopana le Makabane ko ntle, Speaker. It's o tshosetsa ngwana.
Tla ke go leboge Musa Khotla. Ke dumedise all our guests in the gallery through you, Madam Speaker, and acknowledge members of the legislature and the members of the executive. Ko bofelong tla ke tse tlotla e ke ise ko magosing a rona ba eteletse pele ke Kgosi Thari Maotwe re dikgosi tsa rona re ikokobeditse. Madam Speaker, maybe I think Deputy Secretary of the African National Congress, Comrade Viola Mutsumi, maybe you must, after this session, just give this disparate member the membership of the African National Congress so that at least we can be able to assist. Because he seems to be so desperate and obsessed with the African National Congress. And by the way, in Khayelitsha, in Langa, the Western Cape has failed our own people. The District 6 project, transformation agenda is led by the ANC-led government. I'm not lying, I'm telling the truth. I can tell you, the NCOP visited their visit recently in the Western Cape what they discussed under your leadership of the Democratic Alliance. I'm not lying. And you say that because your character of undermining women is in you. It never changes. It stays with you forever. And that's how you are growing up. Your behavior is appalling and disgusting. Madam Speaker, the National Democratic Revolution, as the African National Congress guiding political strategy, defines local government as the primary grassroots arena in which the injustice of apartheid and colonialism must be corrected. Impoverished communities must be empowered, and the program of social economic transformation must be advanced. Local government is not a peripheral administrative function. It is the front line of the democratic project. The ANC upsurges today to support the 2026-2027 budget vote of the Department of Corporative Governance and Traditional Affairs, which with a focused and ambiguous and programmatic commitment to fix local government, to restore public confidence in municipal institutions, and to ensure that that every rand of public resources produces visible, measurable, and sustainable improvements in the daily lives of our people. The 55th National Conference resolution of the ANC guides this budget vote to strengthen the developmental state, professionalize public administration, enforce consequence management, improve municipal performance, align service delivery boundaries, and deepen the participatory role of communities and traditional leadership in local governance. These are not aspirations, they are directives, and this budget vote is our accountability instrument. During the voter registration weekend of the 20th and 21st June last weekend, the youth of this country responded to that call. Their contribution to the national total of 2,943,724 means that it shows that those are the registered voters as young people. And this is a direct affirmation of the theme on call to action. The future calls reset at 50. Young people are carving their own future, participating in the nation building, and asserting their stake in a better life for all. Voter turnout is not merely about numbers. It is about the depth of citizen involvement in the life and future of the country. It is about deepening and defending democracy, advancing freedom, and ensuring that local government becomes genuinely accountable to the communities it serves. As we approach the November 2026 elections, the ANC calls on every eligible young person in the Northwest to register, to vote, and to hold their elected representatives accountable. Madam Speaker, the financial framework confirms that the overall departmental allocation has increased from 679.069 million from 2025-2026 financial year to 712.627 million in the 2026-2027 financial year. It's a modest but meaningful growth of 4.9%. The increase must be understood and managed within a constrained national fiscal environment where government is called upon to do more with carefully controlled resources. Furthermore, financial discipline must extend to payment practices. The department must improve its 30-day invoice payment rate from the current 71% towards 100% by reducing new commitments, directing 80% of project resources to existing and blocked projects, and reserving 20% for genuinely new initiatives. The ANC has declared 2026 as the year of decisive action to fix local government. This declaration demands that we speak honestly and without political defensiveness about the weaknesses confronting our municipalities. Those weaknesses are well documented and must be named in terms of your governance and instability, political interference in administration, unfilled vacancies in critical posts, poor financial controls, irregular and wasteful expenditure, aging infrastructure, high municipal debt, and over-dependence on consultants, and weak maintenance of basic services. The ANC has been unequivocal. Local government is the face of our democratic state. When municipalities fail, the democratic project itself faces a crisis of legitimacy. Citizens do not experience democracy through speeches, legislation, or elections alone. They experience it when a child can drink clean water at home, when a street light works as intended, when refuse is collected regularly, when a clinic and a school are accessible through maintained roads, when municipal bills are accurately and fair, when ward committees function with purpose, and when councillors account honestly to the committees that elected them. Madam Speaker, the Premier of the Northwest, Honorable Lazarus Mukhosi, has laid out a clear roadmap in the State of the Province address that COGTA is the engine room of intensifying structural provincial support, and this legislature is its accountability chamber. Fixing local government begins with capable and ethical leadership at every level. Councillors must exercise genuine oversight. Municipal managers and CFOs must meet prescribed competency requirements without exception. Political deployment will no longer substitute for demonstrated competence. The ANC is enforcing strict minimum qualifications for all senior municipal managers, and ahead of 2026 local government elections, the ANC-NEC has implemented rigorous candidate selection rules requiring proven qualifications and experience, ending the era of tick box appointments. We are deploying hands-on forensic and financial experts to clean up municipal books where dysfunction has taken root. Corruption will be treated as an act of treason against the poor. The ANC is actively invoking the Public Audit Amendment Act to enforce strict disciplinary actions and ensure that municipal managers face immediate and proportional consequence for irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Audit action plans must be implemented, not filed away. We further support the establishment of a national register of officials implicated in financial misconduct to prevent corrupt and incompetent individuals from moving between municipalities and repeating their failures in new jurisdictions.
As you wrap up, Chief Whip.
Communities cannot be asked to trust institutions that do not correct their own wrongdoing. Municipal public accounts committees must function effectively, and the legal separation between political leadership and administration must be enforced to insulate public servants from undue political interference. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, as the African National Congress caucus, we do support the budget, and we are saying that to the department, as much as it's limited, we know that you can be able to navigate yourself in impacting to the lives of the people. And the budget vote, it is supported as we approach the local government elections. Surely we are confident that this department will be able to reposition itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. I will now call Honorable Tsulo, 4 minutes.
Magosi a rona a tlotlegang baagi ba bokone bophirima. Honorable Speaker, yesterday and today we drank coffee for Warrant Officer Carl Sanders. Today we are here pouring concrete for broken RDP houses. Same government, same coffee machine syndrome. Honorable Speaker, the provincial government through COGTA in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution must support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs, to exercise their powers and to perform their functions. Despite training and support provided to Northwest municipalities, local government in the Northwest is in the state of great nor grave paralysis. Rampant corruption, nepotism, cronyism, ineptitude and patronage have led to the complete collapse of almost 23 municipalities, including the 4 district municipalities. Most local municipalities were placed under provincial administration as a result of financial misconduct and their failure to meet their constitutional obligations. Unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure is increasing yearly and is not promptly investigated. Where investigations are done, Honorable Speaker, the common trend is that they are done after 3 years when responsible officials have resigned and are written off, and COGTA and Treasury just rubber stamp those particular write-offs. There is a lack of consequence management to this particular effect. There is apparent gross misuse of right of powers by municipalities in this particular province called Northwest, who are players and referees in their own misdemeanors. Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General, in as far as human settlement is concerned, has raised concerns that human settlements incurred irregular expenditure of 1,625,183,000 rands on various housing projects due to the department not having an adequate sourcing strategy in place. It is high time, Honorable Speaker, that we implore upon the MEC responsible for this particular department to ensure that they do have adequate sourcing strategies in place so that they are able to avert what is being raised by the Auditor General, and we don't want recurrence in this particular effect. Furthermore, Honorable Speaker, investigations of irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure did not take place, resulting in consequence management not being implemented to the individuals that caused this particular irregular expenditure. In as far as the performance of the Northwest Housing Corporation is concerned, in this particular regard, it is a very serious cause of concern where I am sitting, Honorable Speaker. Even the Portfolio Committee of Corporate Governance and Human Settlements has questioned the unilateral 2-year contract extension of the Northwest Housing Corporation CEO by the MEC and the interim board, disregarding the concerns of an oversight body of parliament. The contract was improperly and comradely extended without considering the CEOs concerning poor performance at the Northwest Housing Corporation raised by the Portfolio Committee, and this is morally and constitutionally unjustifiable. You can't come here before this particular house and the provincial government is urged, Honorable Speaker, to deal with the inability by the municipalities to deliver the basic services such as running water, electricity, and sanitation, especially to communities, which delays the Department of Human Settlements to deliver on its mandate for the provision of integrated and suitable human settlements. Most of our municipalities do not prioritize the provisions of water and sanitation, although they continuously underspend on their MIC funding grant. Poor performance by developers and contractors is a major concern, Honorable Speaker. Some of these particular developers have no capacity to initiate a project and meet the set delivery schedule. The department is therefore urged to take a hard stance against the contractors by ensuring that they go back and repay or rebuild these houses at their own cost. Most municipalities, Honorable Speaker, they heavily also rely on consultants in the compilation of the annual financial statements, and in responding to the AG audit concerns, Northwest is rated highest in terms of consultancy costs in municipalities. Therefore, consultants' work is not reviewed, resulting in material misstatements identified in financial statements, and there is no transfer of skills. Municipal managers and CFO vacant positions remain unfilled for longer periods. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tsulu. Honorable Kuno, you have 11 minutes.
Honorable Speaker,
You have 11 minutes.
Dr. Desmond Mohono, Honorable Premier Rhea Lazarus Kagiso Mkhosi, Honorable members of the Executive Council, the Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, Rhea Colin Maine, Honorable members of the Legislature, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start off by congratulating Honorable MEC Molapisi for a very progressive budget speech. The speech gives a proper account of the work the department has done over the course of the last year. It says what targets they were set, how they met those targets, where they had difficulties, they explain why those difficulties arose, and what they are doing to deal with those difficulties. So well done, Honorable MEC and your team. There's real progress in your budget speech. It gives hope to the people of the Northwest. But when you listened to the voices of the opposition, there's nothing that the people of the Northwest can take from these lamentations. All that I could hear when some of them talking, matabane, the whole speech, nothing of substance. But they are carrying on with the trends which started on Tuesday, Honorable Matsi. When MECs come and present their budget speeches, now, you have shown, Honorable State, throughout this session, you have a problem of concentrating, listening and concentrating. So it's like you've drank multivitamin before you came here. So we are asking you, please, itware and practice the art of concentrating and listening. The second thing I was explaining, again, I noticed that throughout the speech of the MEC, you were either on your phone or you went outside. So I don't know which budget speech are you debating, because you are hardly ever in the chamber and you are busy on your phone. We've also seen from the debate of the opposition, once more today, you continue. No, we're now Tabila from Abet. We're now Tabila from Abet. The MEC recommended that you must go to Abet. Or Tabila from Abet.
Point of order, Speaker.
You are struggling.
Point of order,
You are
Speaker.
struggling to understand.
Honorable Kuno, take your seat. Honorable Dabampi.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, is it parliamentary for Honorable Kuno to point a finger at me, but also to tell a NQF level 8 graduate that ran away from Abet? Not just any NQF. Is it parliamentary?
No,
Speaker. And I was not debating.
Honorable
No, you're not debating.
No, I was not debating.
You are not in this debate.
I was not
What are you
debating.
What are you debating?
Honorable Kuno, thank you. Sit down. Honorable Kuno, please restrain your finger. Just restrain your finger.
Reading for meaning.
I was explaining. You may continue to say whatever NQF level. It has been demonstrated, even in the budget speech of Honorable, that you are struggling to read with comprehension. You are still with NQF level.
You feel the people of Rustenburg.
With comprehension.
You feel the people of Rustenburg. There is unemployment in Rustenburg. There is poverty in Rustenburg. So come here and make yourself better.
Let me remind you, this is the budget speech of Honorable Molapisi. It's not a budget speach of the former mayor of Rustenburg. Stop talking about Rustenburg.
Honorable Matuan.
No, can you check?
Wait. Honorable Matuan, you can do whatever that you are doing. It's okay. But you can't drown the speaker on the platform. And the rules are very clear. Please don't do that. Immediately when you switch off your mic, clearly you want to drown a speaker. Don't do that. No, don't do that. Uncle Kuno, you can continue.
So, Honorable Speaker, the opposition carries on in this sad story. They start off by making proposals and indicating that the targets the MEC has presented are inadequate. How are these targets going to be met without a budget. The MEC cannot act irresponsibly, Honorable Stale. The MEC cannot act irresponsibly and give targets which are not funded. The MEC cannot irresponsibly and give targets which are not funded, which you're asking us to do. Now, you say in your speech to indicate the level of your confusion, you say in your speech that the ANC is not decisive. At the same time, you acknowledge the progress which has been made by the human settlement in dealing with blocked housing projects. So you remain confused. You remain confused. And I've demonstrated throughout this debate that you have no measure of concentrating. Huh? No, I'm addressing you because you are interrupting the speech. And today I'm not going to allow you to interrupt the speech. Whatever, I will, because you fail to concentrate in the budget speech. I'm not going to leave you today, or stay. I'm not going to leave you to mislead and disrupt the people of the Northwest today. I'm not going to leave you. Honourable Speaker, the Freedom Charter proclaimed with enduring clarity that there shall be houses, security, and comfort for all. That promise remains the most fundamental measure of whether freedom has genuine meaning in the lives of the ordinary men, women, and children across our province. A decent home, secure tenure, access to land, and the assurance of safe communities are not privileges or favors dispensed by a benevolent state. They are solemn expressions of human dignity enshrined in the very fabric of our constitutional order. Now, the MEC has been quite clear, honourable members of the opposition, and I emphasize that it's quite clear that you are not listening to the speech of real progress that have been made in delivery of housing. Since the advent of democracy, the department has delivered 258,261 housing units across the province. When you listen to the speech of the MEC, Honourable Stale, when you talk about decisive action, and the fact that you cannot acknowledge these things is because you were most of the time on your phone or you were outside this chamber. This is what the MEC said. He said 3,555 was a target. No, listen, believe him, Honorable, because he cannot concentrate for too long. So there was a target of 3,555 housing units. They have actually exceeded this target, 3,692. This is what the MEC has said. We keep on talking in the Portfolio Committee about whether the interventions of the department has impact in these municipalities. And today, it's not just the MEC who's saying that. If you listen to the Auditor General's report yesterday, not the MEC, the Auditor General, this is what the MEC reflects today. The fact of the matter, Honorable Madwan, is that there is progress which the MEC's department is recording in improving governance in municipalities. That's why in the MEC's speech, he reports. And
Name the municipality. Which municipality are you talking about?
So, disclaimers. The MEC explained about disclaimers. There were 9 disclaimers. And some have obtained disclaimers for years. That number has been reduced to only 1. Only 1. Now, the MEC's speech also talks about progress which has been made in the municipality of Moses Kotane, JB Max, Tao, which for the first time have obtained unqualified audit opinions. For the first time in their history, these municipalities have obtained this audit opinion because of the intervention of this MEC. So you cannot talk about the MEC failing and not having decisive action if you really have read the speech. So we want to say to you, MEC, I mean, there's many other examples you can give in the speech. The MEC has been able to resolve a lot of difficulties of traditional disputes in traditional leadership. Disputes which have been raging for years. This MEC has been able to resolve those disputes. You will not know anything about these disputes, you will not know anything about them. The MEC has given clear measures in the speech about what has been done to deal with the water crisis. There are projects which have been completed. There are projects. Read the speech. Read the speech. Open the speech.
Your
read the
finger,
speech.
Honorable
Read the speech.
Chairperson, Honorable Kuno, I ask you to restrain your finger as you wrap up. Honorable Kuno.
Yeah. So, Honorable Speaker, the fact of I'm sorry that I have to use my finger, but the fact of the matter is that Honorable Stale continuously interject every speaker. Continuously does that, and I'm saying that it's a matter which cannot be allowed to proceed. So, I was relating before this rude interruption, Honorable Speaker, relating the actual progress which has been made by this MEC and the department, progress in terms of improving audit outcomes in municipalities, progress in ensuring that our people have access to water, progress in ensuring that we resolve disputes of traditional leaders, progress in ensuring that our communities, our residents that require title deeds, those residents are given these title deeds. So, listening and digesting what the opposition has said, Honorable Speaker, Honorable MEC, I really want to say that there's nothing you should be worried about. You and your team, you've done well. Continue to do your best for the people of the Northwest. Your speech presented a message of hope. Uske wa tshaba sepe, o tsamaye ka lebelo le le fetang la ngwaga o fetileng, and ensure that we deliver on the promise of a better life for our people. Don't mind these howlers, Honorable MEC, because there's nothing that they're going to offer the people of the Northwest more than your message of hope. Thank you.
I will now call Honorable MEC, your 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think I must conclude my presentation so that we give more information. Esalu sile maloba ba fetsa go kgalemela o buile o tswa go tsoga mo boroko go tla ka makgaga. Honorable Speaker, before I conclude, let me appreciate input made by Honorable Nathan on behalf of the committee. The response, eloquent response given by Honorable Kuno and the Chief Whip of the House. And I think we must take the cue from them, because I'm very much disappointed by members on the left. For instance, Honorable Matuani comes here. I agree with you. We carry the heaviest responsibility as the department. But the problem is that you come here and say things. You are saying the AG report says the Northwest municipalities are the worst performing municipality. I don't know Mutula Buaka. Just go and listen to, as Honorable Kuno said, what the AG was saying yesterday about the improvement. And I also presented a report and quoted those municipalities. The other area, Honorable Matuan, or we are behaving like an advisory body. You seem to be having a very poor or lack of understanding of the spheres of government. And it would be important for yourself to educate yourself on that, because you see South African government has got 3 spheres of government which are distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated. So each sphere
Honourable
has
Speaker.
got, each sphere, Oscar Jagamama,
Honourable Speaker.
re batla go tlhalosetsa fela ganyane.
Honourable
So
Speaker.
each sphere has got the
Honourable
legislative
Speaker.
responsibility, it
I've
has
seen
got
you. You don't have
the
to shout when
executive
you're friends.
responsibility. Now, Honorable Sonti,
MEC,
Mamwa,
Honorable MEC,
my
Honorable MEC, can you just let's hear your order, Honorable Matuani.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to check with the MEC or
if I'll take the question, yes.
yes, Honorable MEC. 2023.
Order, sit down. Continue, MEC.
MEC said, thank,
Yes, I
you
will
take the
take the
question.
No, you can't want to ask a question. You must request permission. Now, immediately when you
Thank
get
you.
into the question, you don't have permission. Please don't do that.
Yeah.
And the MEC is not ready to take a question. Can you sit down?
No, ne ke re ke botsa gore ka gore 2023 baagi ba tau ko magogong.
Or now out of order.
Ba tlhoka go remove asbestos.
Matuani, you are out of order.
Ba tlhoka go remove asbestos. Baagi ba magogong ko tau. Health ya bona e mo kotsing.
Honorable Matuani, I'll kick you out of the house. And you know the rules of the house. You continue to misbehave.
Speaker wa bua
You
Makaba.
continue to misbehave.
Speaker wa bua.
You don't do that. You don't.
Matuani, behave.
You don't.
Matuani, behave.
And you must refrain from doing that.
Matuani,
And you know how to follow the rules of the house. Please don't do that. And I'm trying to be nice to all of you, but you are pushing me. Please. Honorable MEC, continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Now, we must orientate Honorable Matuan. No, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Sonti, you know you were just repeating and reading what I've said. My only concern is that you were misquoting the numbers, Siswam. But what you were saying is what I've said here. But you misconstrued what I was saying here. I address the issues of the block projects. Now, you are also addressing the wrong person. You are saying I must table a detailed report on the availability of land and all that. I said in the speech, what are the challenges and all that. I also spoke to the issue of the aligning the Northwest Housing Corporation. When you are saying we must come with a turnaround strategy, I spoke to the issue of the bill. Now, you see, annually, we present here Section 47 reports which outline the performance of the municipality. You are missing an opportunity of interacting with this report and understand what is contained in the report and all that. So sometimes we understand you come here and speak for the sake of speaking. Now, Honorable Stale, I know from here I'm going to receive a call from yourself. I know all what you want is to accommodate you in the board of the Housing Corp. You are very so much in love with a member, one of the person that you want to second to serve on the board. But the problem is that you are not saying it. Now it's important to say this publicly so that the people know. Now, you are inviting me to Western Cape, but you don't say where in the Western Cape. Let me tell you, I was in Langa, I was in Khayelitsha. I was there. Now, you have never been there. You don't know what is happening there. But I'm saying I was there, and what you are saying is not true. So I say it would be important for you if you can read on the report, if you can read page 14 of our report. It detailed issues of the intervention on water provisioning. Maybe you are not here, you are not listening, that's your problem. Honorable Teme, if there is any corruption that you know of, because we have intervened, The law empowers us to intervene where we think that there is maladministration, corruption, and all. We have intervened, and when I was standing here, I referred to those municipalities. But if there are still municipalities that there are individuals who are corrupt and all that, please submit that information. You have the tendency of coming here and making wild allegations. You did that during the budget speech of Femi Silar. Now, don't come here, submit the information, or go to the police station. We are advising you to do that. Now, you are saying to me the CEO is not performing. You are saying it is illegal for us to extend the contract of the CEO, but you are not referring us to any law. You are just thinking, hallucinating. So I think it's important to refer to the relevant law. But when I was standing here, and I'm going to go there, I indicated the performance and the challenges of the entity. Lastly, Chair, we need to highlight some of the issues that have been addressed by the Northwest Housing Corporation, which is continue to implement the asset optimization and the strategy, aiming at unlocking the value for the non-core and underutilized assets. Now, Northwest Housing Corp is in a process of facilitating the sale of 82 properties so that to advance the government objective of broadening access to issues of property of ownership and improving the utilization of public assets. And in addition, EXCO has approved this, the selling of the Kagiso flats and Wimpy flats in Mahikeng, provided that there is compliance with Treasury regulations, of course, so that we can provide houses to our people, and the intervention will promote, of course, home ownership and reduce the financial burden associated with the aging assets and unlock resources that can be reinvested into the future of Housing Corp. And the Housing Corp also continue to implement the disposal of non-core and underutilized assets, both within and outside the province. And as far as the issue of the rental stock is concerned, the Housing Corp has embarked on a program to professionalize the management of the community residential units across the province, and the appointment of the professional management companies will improve the tenant regularization and strengthen the rental collection and enhance maintenance program and improve the overall conditions of our CRU. Some of the challenges and plan that we are highlighting is that the Housing Corp has entered for the 26-27 financial year from a position of strength, as I have indicated that we have appointed a board, a new board. We are also addressing issues of improved audit outcome, advanced title deed restoration, accelerate infrastructure development, and strengthen the strategic partnership with our municipality. However, challenges remain in issues of land-related matters affecting strategic developments, revenue collection on legacy rental stock. And for the 2026-27 financial year, we'll focus on accelerating the implementation of the smart city, megacity development across the province, fast-tracking the title deeds transfer, professionalizing management of CRU, implementing the disposal of the approved non-core assets, strengthen revenue enhancement, unlocking public-private partnership, and expanding housing and infrastructure investment to support economic growth and job creation and sustainable human settlement. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Does the House adopt the committee report, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement?
Yes.
The yeas have it. Committee reports are now adopted. Honorable members, I will now read the roll call in terms of Rule 245, subsection 1, to determine the quorum. I will firstly read the roll call for Coxter, finish with its budget, and go to the roll call of Human Settlement and go to its budget. So we're going to have 2 roll calls. Honorable Babuile, Honorable Bokhatsu, Honorable Butswe, Honorable Tabampe,
Ke teng Mosakgotla.
Honorable Tanji,
Ke teng Mosakgotla.
Honorable Dial,
I'm present today, Speaker.
Honorable Groenewald, what is the problem? Honorable Dial, honorable members, you are creating a problem for me because sometimes I have the difficulty to hear a member because you're clouding what the member is saying. Can you just allow a member to accept and then we continue? Honorable Dial.
I am present today, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Groenewald, Honorable Kuno,
Present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kodisang, Honorable Lehari,
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Lenkupani,
I am present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Makakani, Honorable Maine,
Present.
Honorable Makokuang, Honorable Mate,
Ke teng Mosakgotla.
Honorable Matuani,
Ke teng Mosakgotla mme ga ke ikamaganye le budget.
E tsena kae yaanong?
Honorable Modise,
E tsa kae? E tsena kae?
Honorable Modise,
Oh, mme o teng, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Moema, Honorable Mohono present, Honorable Mokosi,
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Mukua,
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Molapisi,
Ke hanoga Mosakgotla.
Honorable Morueng,
Present Speaker.
Honorable Mosenugi,
Boeteledipele botlhe ba ntlo e boteng ene bo ikamana le budget, Speaker.
Honorable Mutsumi,
I'm present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Oliphant,
Present Speaker.
Honorable Khosho,
Fine, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Sambata,
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Sibekwe,
Ke teng Mosakgotla.
Honorable Sonakile,
Present.
Honorable Sonti,
Ke khona Somlong.
Honorable Steenkamp,
I'm here, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Stale,
Ek is hier, agbare speaker.
Honorable Tlapi,
Ka mowa wa Bafana ke teng mo ntlong ya gago, Speaker.
Honorable Tsulo,
Ke fano motlotlegi Mosakgotla.
Honorable Van Heestien, Honorable Walwon,
Teenwoordig, agbare speaker.
Honorable Williams, Honorable members, I
Honorable
will
Speaker.
now read the budget. We will
Honorable
now
Speaker.
adopt the budget.
Honorable Speaker.
Okay.
I'm just registering my presence. Thank you.
Okay, Botse. Okay, Botse.
Honorable members, we will now adopt the budget vote 9 for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs program by program. We will go to the register for the next vote because these are 2 different votes. So each vote will have its own register. Now we are going to adopt the local government one first. Program 1, administration, 211,013,000 rand. Does the House adopt the program?
Yes.
The yeas have it. Program 2, local governance, 111,361,000 rand. Does the House adopt the budget?
Yes.
The yeas have it. The yeas have it. Program 3, Development and Planning, 189,994,000 rand. Does the House adopt this budget?
No! Chair, Musa Kota, Chair.
The years have it. Program 4, Traditional Institutional Management, 200,253,000 rand. That the House adopt this budget? Thank you, honorable members. The budget for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, vote 9 for 2026-2027, totaling to 712,621,000 rand, is now adopted. Let's go to.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, honorable.
Thank you for the minutes. Please record the objection of the Democratic Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you, noted. We now go to the Register of Human Settlement. Honorable Babuile. Can you switch off that mic? We are busy with the register. Honorable members, don't switch on your mic because you are drowning even me as a speaker. How about home? Honorable Babuile, I've called you 3 times.
Present.
Honorable Bokhatu, absent. Honorable Butswe. Honorable Dabampi.
Present.
Honorable Danchi. Honorable Dayam. Honorable Groenewald. Honorable Kuno.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Kodisang. Honorable Lehari.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Lenkopani. Honorable Lenkopani. Thank you. Honorable Makhakhane. Honorable Maine.
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Makhokhoa. Honorable Matsi. Honorable Matuani. Honorable Modise.
Meuteng, Honorable Speaker, and we ikamaganya le budget.
Honorable Moema. Honorable Mohono present. Honorable Mokosi.
I'm present, Speaker.
Honorable Mukua.
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Malapisi. Honorable Morueng.
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Mosenuchi.
The leadership and the people in their entirety, they are here and they are supporting.
Thank you. Honorable Muzumi.
I'm present, Honorable Doctor, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Oliphant.
Speaker, with your NQF level 10, I'm here.
Honorable Khosho.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Sambata. Honorable Sebehwe.
Present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sonakile.
Present.
Honorable Sonti.
Tikona Somlong.
Honorable Steenkamp.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Stale.
Ndikona Somlong.
Honorable Tlapi.
Nale bafana re na le wena ka jeko, Speaker.
Honorable Sulo.
Present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Van Heestien. Honorable Wolwan.
Teenwoordig, achtbare Speaker.
Honorable Williams. Honorable members, I have satisfied myself that majority of members are present in the House to adopt the budget. We will now adopt the budget, vote 14 for Human Settlement Program by program. Program 1, Administration, 191,258,000 rand. Does the House adopt this budget?
Agree.
No.
The yeas
Yes.
have it.
Yes.
Program 2, Housing Need Planning and Research, 42,263,000 rand. Does the House adopt this budget?
Yes.
The yeas have it. Program 3, Housing Development, 1,475,182,000 rand. Does the House adopt this budget?
Yes.
The yeas have it. Honorable members, the budget for human settlement vote 14, 2026-2027 totaling 1,708,733,000 rand is now adopted. Thank you, MEC. Go and help the people of the Northwest. I now call
Honorable
the MEC.
Speaker, Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Speaker. I now call the MEC for Public Works Road, MEC Mukua, to present the Departmental
Honorable
Budget
Speaker,
Vote 11.
point of order.
You have 40 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me take this particular opportunity to pass our greetings to the Honorable Speaker of the Legislature, Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Colin Maine, our Honorable Premier Kagiso Lazarus Mukhosi, Chief Whip Honorable Mutlalipule Hosho, Honorable members of the Northwest Provincial Legislature and members of the Executive Council, the representative of the Northwest House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders led by Ntate Kgosi ya rona, Maotwe, leaders of political parties, and acknowledgement also to labor movement, head of the Department of Public Works and Roads, Moskanzi, senior and middle management of the department present in the House today, external and secondary stakeholders present, people of the Northwest Province at large, also in the media platform, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. It is indeed an honor and a great privilege to be present before you today. We table this budget vote at a time when both government and citizen continue to navigate a challenging economic environment. South Africa continues to experience the pressures of rising cost of living, increasing fuel prices, higher borrowing costs, and persistent economic uncertainty. These realities affect households, business, and government alike. For a department whose mandate relies heavily on the deployment of heavy machinery, the movement of goods and materials, and the operation of an extensive yellow fleet across the district, increase in fuel costs directly impact the cost of infrastructure delivery and road maintenance. Yet, despite these pressures, the expectation of our people remains unchanged. Roads must be built and maintained, and state buildings must be functional. Communities must have access to services. Infrastructure must continue to support economic growth and development. Honorable Speaker, we remain committed to building a capable ethical and developmental state that places the needs of our people at the center of government action. Through ethical leadership, transparent governance, and accountability at all levels, we continue to strengthen public confidence in government and advance our shared objective of building Northwest that works for all. As custodian of public resources, we are therefore called upon to exercise greater vigilance and responsibility than ever before. Every rand allocated to this department must translate into tangible improvement in the lives of our people. Every infrastructure project must demonstrate value for money. Every decision we take must withstand the public scrutiny at all costs. This budget vote is therefore not merely a request for approval of expenditure. It is a commitment to accountability. It is a commitment to responsible governance. It is a commitment to ensuring that public resources are directed towards the developmental aspirations of the people of the Northwest. As a provincial government, we remain guided by our collective vision for building a Northwest province that works for all. This is not merely a slogan, it is a commitment that informs our decisions, shapes our priorities, and guides the manner in which we serve our communities. Through the programs and projects contained in the budget vote, we continue to give practical expression to that vision of investing in infrastructure, improving service delivery, creating economic opportunities, and ensuring that no community is left behind. This is the reason why this budget speech has been made to reach a wider audience. As you can see, you remember last year we used the QR code that continued to close the social distance between the legislator and the members of the society. We did the same. Against this backdrop, Honorable Speaker, the Department of Public Works and Roads remains firmly committed to building a capable institution, one that delivers innovative quality infrastructure, safeguards public assets, and creates the condition necessary for inclusive economic growth. Gompieno, ga ke atla go neela fela ka tekanyetsokabo ya lefapha ya ngwaga ono wa ditšhelete. Ke ema fa pele ga gape go tla go ikarabela mo baaging ba porofense ka go tlhagisa tseo re di dirafaditseng go tswa mo maikanong a re a dirileng ka ngwagatlola wa rona wa ditšhelete. This budget vote takes place at a time when the province continues to confront significant developmental challenges, including infrastructure backlogs, aging public facilities, and growing demands for improved services. These challenges have been exacerbated by the recent natural disasters, with damaged roads, bridges, and public infrastructure across the province. We have conducted an assessment that we have an estimation of 2 billion to try and maintain these particular challenges that we have seen. This reality stress the need for strategic investment and resilient infrastructure. This allocation comprises funding from provincial equitable share, conditional grants, and expanded public works program integrated. And this we must acknowledge that they continue to shrink each and every financial year. Equitable share allocation amounts to 2.597 billion, with the provincial road maintenance grants PRMG amounting to 1.415 billion. The department has further been allocated 15.1 million through the EPWP program integrated for province to support job creation and labor-intensive programs. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to present the program of the department as follows. The allocated budget for Program 1 is 401,710,000. Program 2, which is Public Works Infrastructure, 1,075,859,000. Program 3, which deals with transport infrastructure, is budgeted 2,348,589,000. Program 4, which deals with community-based program, it is allocated the following 249,079,000. A total of the budget that we have allocated is 4,075,230,000 rands. The budget before this House is allocated across the departmental programs. I think we should clarify as to what these programs entails. Program 1, which deals with administration, has been allocated towards strengthening governance, strategy and systems, human resource capital development and management, financial management, legal support, and institutional capacity. Honorable Speaker, before the government can build roads and maintain public infrastructure, it must first build institutional capacity that will be capable to deliver on the mandate. In this regard, we have achieved a significant milestone during the year under review through the concurrence of the organizational structure by the Minister of Public Service and Administration. For the first time in 15 years, Honorable Speaker, the department has an organizational structure that is aligned to its core mandate and core business. Following the ease of austerity measures, the department accelerated the filling of the critical vacancies, including key senior management posts, to enhance leadership, oversight, and operational efficiency across the organization. I am particularly proud that as we strengthen institutional capacity, we are simultaneously advancing transformation agenda of government. Women now occupy 46% in senior management position within the department, compared to the only 33% when I addressed the House in the previous budget. Honorable Speaker, building a capable institution requires more than filling vacancies. It requires deliberate investment in next generation of professionals who will design, build, and maintain the infrastructure of our province. In this regard, the department continues to implement its candidacy development program as a strategic intervention aimed at strengthening technical capacity and advancing professionalization within the built environment. The department remains committed to strengthening mentorship as a key pillar of professional development within the built environment. Through the candidacy program, 21 thus far candidates are receiving structured guidance, workplace exposure, practical support, and both registered professionals within the department and external partner organizations. Working closely with the Council of the Built Environment, the department has also undertaken a comprehensive technical skills audit and developed a professionalization action plan aimed at accelerating mentorship, professional registration, skills development, and technical capacity building. The partnership will further support mentorship, professional registration, continuous professional development, and access to tools required by the young professionals to succeed with the built environment sector. While the department continues to manage litigation matters relating to historical procurement processes and road accident claims, which have an impact on our diminishing financial resources, we remain steadfast in protecting the interest of the state and ensuring that public resources are safeguarded through diligent political and legal oversight. To strengthen efforts aimed at preventing irregular, and duplicate claims against the state, the department continues to work very closely with the Road Accident Fund and other stakeholders to improve verification processes and mitigate potential fraud. Equally, the department has intensified collaboration with law enforcement agencies in combating corruption and criminal activities committed in the name of government. We remain resolute in ensuring that those who seek to defraud government, disrupt a construction project, extort contractors, or destroy public infrastructure are identified, investigated, and therefore brought to book. There cannot be any place for corruption in an administration that seeks to serve the people of the Northwest and rob them of the services that are due to them. Program 2, Honorable Speaker, has been allocated 1,075,859,000 that has been allocated towards management, maintenance, and development of public infrastructure and immovable assets across the province. While this allocation may appear substantial, it is important to appreciate the financial obligation that accompany the government's extensive immovable asset portfolio. Approximately 300 million of the program's budget is directed towards payment of the municipal property rates and taxes. I am pleased, Honorable Speaker, to report that the department has maintained a clean record in settlement of rates and taxes during the financial year under review, demonstrating our commitment to sound financial management and responsible governance. We remain committed to sustaining the performance during the 2026-27 financial year, whilst continue to engage with municipalities on matters relating to billing accurately, property valuation, and account verification. For the 2026-2027 MTF period, the department is preparing a new cycle of conditional assessment on state-owned health facilities across the province, and thus far, 60 health facilities have been targeted for this current financial year on conditional assessment. The Provincial Immovable Asset Register remains a critical government tool in ensuring transparency, accountability, proper stewards of public asset. Through ongoing verification and reconciliation process, the department continues to improve the integrity of the provincial property portfolio and support informed decision-making regarding government-owned assets. On the State of the Province address, if you all remember, our Honorable Premier, Kagiso Lazarus Mokgosi, said, furthermore, we will dispose 280 houses of government that were built on tribal land. Preference will be given to current tenants who are rightful occupants to ensure security of tenure and orderly regularization. Following the commitment by the Premier, I can therefore safely report that we have commenced verification and validation processes aiming at ensuring the donation of these houses runs smooth. These houses are spread throughout in the province across areas such as Mabiskral, Muruleng, Masibudule, Madibogo, Taung, just to mention but the few. This further related to 27 farms and 77 vacant stands that have been earmarked for disposal as part of revenue enhancement strategy. However, the Executive Council has approved the donation of 25 vacant stands to JB Max local municipality to address housing accommodation for military veterans program. Government remains committed to ensuring that state-owned assets continues to serve developmental objectives. In this regard, the department is working in collaboration with Department of Higher Education and Training to explore opportunities for the repurposing of closed educational facilities into facilities that will support skills development and community empowerment. The department is also making significant progress in implementing cross-border protocol agreement relating to the immovable assets situated outside of the provincial boundaries of the Northwest Province. Verification processes of identified cross-border properties is nearing a completion. Priority has been given to state domestic facilities such as educational facilities, healthcare facilities, and road infrastructure in this regard. A verification process has been concluded and these properties will be transferred to Gauteng province in particular. The second phase of this project includes farms, vacant sites, and underutilized state buildings. Honorable Speaker, the department continues to assess the condition of state-owned properties to facilities to ensure that maintenance planning is informed by credible data and infrastructure needs. This will assist in reducing the provincial government private portfolio, which is costing the province more than 450 million. According to the annual provincial treasury statistics, the department has also continued to address office accommodation challenges across government by providing suitable workspace and enable departments to deliver service delivery efficiently and effectively. We are continuing with multi-tendency and have finalized office accommodation lease for the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, as well as Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs. The Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is finally relocating to TAP building in Mahikeng and awaiting, the waiting is now over. Ukana cheka Melerato. Honorable Speaker, during the year under review, the department continued to invest in the maintenance, refurbishment, and construction of public facilities despite fiscal constraints and competing demands on limited resources. As such, the department maintained a strong implementation trajectory and recorded expenditure of approximately 98% against its allocated budget. We have also made a significant progress on strategic infrastructure projects, including improving security infrastructure at the old Parliament complex and preparing to develop a multi-tenant government office complex in Vryburg to reduce the government's long-term rental expenditures. On behalf of Client Department, substantial progress was recorded on education infrastructure projects across the province, with the following schools: Munchusi, Tlokwe, Tihani, and Kolini special schools being occupied and reaching practical completion and already being utilized by learners, thereby contributing towards improving teaching and learning environment. It is worth noting the budgetary challenges we are facing due to the shrinking fiscal due to economic challenges. To this end, only 100 million is allocated to build and maintain public facilities. For the first time, the government now possesses credible and comprehensive condition assessment data on 137 public facilities across the province. The assessment has revealed the extent of maintenance pressures facing the provincial building portfolio and provides the government with a clear roadmap of intervention. The findings indicated that aging infrastructure continues to place significant pressure on available resources, with an estimated maintenance requirement of approximately 1.9 billion across assessed facilities. With current fiscal allocation, do not fully address the backlog, and I think all of us, we can agree to that. The department has adopted a targeted approach that prioritizes facilities required urgently, where the intervention to preserve service delivery capability and prevent further deterioration. In the current financial year, the department will implement priority maintenance and refurbishment projects across government facilities, including Ventersdorp, Klerksdorp, Moretele, Kagisenomolopo, Swartregens, Mamusa, and Matuaster service points. These interventions will improve working conditions for public servants and ensure that government infrastructure remains functional, safe, and fit for purpose. The department will further advance strategic projects aimed at improving government accommodation and preserving public assets, including the upgrading of the main entrance of the old Parliament complex and refurbishment project with the provincial portfolio. Honorable Speaker, as the implementing agent of the choice for provincial government, the department will continue to support client departments in delivering infrastructure that improves the lives of our community. During the current financial year, the department will oversee the completion of key educational infrastructure projects, including Diranganatla Primary School in Kuma Township and Kagiso Barolong Secondary School in Lohageng Village, which are at 75% and 30% respectively, while continuing to support the completion and commissioning of schools. The department will also support the delivery of libraries, traditional council facilities, aviation infrastructure, and other public facilities that contribute towards community development. Recent support secured through Infrastructure South Africa for development of business case for Pilanesberg Airport. I think Honorable Mureng has sufficiently covered it. So we are here to confirm that indeed Pilanesberg Airport will be attended to for possible funding presents an opportunity to position the province for future investment growth. Program 3, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 2,348,589,000 rands has been allocated to transport infrastructure during the 2026-2027 financial year. This investment will support the preservation, maintenance, and upgrading of the provincial road network whilst strengthening economic growth and regional connectivity and access to essential services. The province is experiencing challenges of roads that are mainly in a fair to poor state and require extensive maintenance work. An estimated 28,233 is required to address the total accumulated maintenance backlog for the provincial road maintenance. With the current budget allocation trends, it means we will take decades to address the remaining 14,000 gravel roads backlogs against a total provincial network of 19,000 kilometers. In addition, Honorable Speaker, our province remains one of those with the highest rates of unemployment, especially among the youth. To this end, we have taken a conscious decision to ensure the increased use of block paving, particularly in intersections and the Sin Roads project. This will ensure an increased job opportunities through the use of less machinery. Furthermore, the running and new projects with estimated value of 1.6 billion have potential to increase approximately 8,000 job opportunities by the end of the current financial year, whilst also benefiting small business who have the potential to have their construction industry board grading improved through subcontracting. Our new intake of learner contractors will also benefit from this project through the set-aside policy. This project will not only create job opportunities, but will offer accredited training opportunities for participants while also equipping them with portable skills to improve their access to job markets and entrepreneurial opportunities. As part of commitment made by the Premier, Honorable Premier Lazarus Mokhosi during this year's State of the Province address, the department continues to make significant progress in strategic road maintenance project valued at 1.3 billion. This includes Pelindaba, Makwasi, Lichtenberg, Gelexpan and Ramokoka Stad roads. The Pelindaba Road project has reached thus far 92% to completion and is expected to achieve practical completion ahead of the schedule. The Volmaranstad through Makwasi to Wesselsbron Road was completed in May 2026, while the Lichtenberg to Gelexpan project has reached practical completion. Matsogo a kae kante? Progress on the Ramokoka Stad Road, implemented in partnership with Valterra Platinum, currently stands at 65%. During the current financial year, the department will further complete strategic projects in Bar Seba, Bethani, Bretts, Mukhwase, Sekhuailane, Wonderkoop, Majakaneng, and Sun City, with a combined investment exceeding 442 million. The department remains particularly encouraged by growing participation of the private sector in infrastructure delivery. In Bujanala district, a memorandum of agreement has been concluded with Valterra Mines for the upgrading of road D105 between Ramokoka Stad and Bretts at a value of 98 million. This partnership demonstrates the importance of collaboration with government, traditional leadership, and private sector in accelerating provincial developments. E kgonwa ka go tshwaraganelwa. A ke tseye tšhono eno go leboga kgosi ya Baphalabe ba Ramokoka, kgosi Manotshe Ramokoka, go nna mongwe wa baeteledipele bao ba tsweletseng go etletsa lefapha ka go thusa go senka matlole mo ditheong tse e seng tsa puso. Go fitlhella ga jaana re na le ditsela di le pedi tseo re di tsweletseng ka ntlha ya matsapa a kgosi Ramokoka. Re ikuela go magosi a mangwe a rona gore a re lekeng ka bojotlhe gore re tshwaraganele kgetsi e ya tsie ka go buisana le those particular mines. Shine. Government's program to revitalize towns and preserve strategic road infrastructure continues to yield positive results. In Koster, the department successfully completed phase 1 of the special maintenance of the special maintenance program at a value of 104 million, which included the rehabilitation of road R509 and also the stormwater improvements and resealing of surrounding streets. The project has improved road safety, mobility, and the overall appearance of the town. We want to really thank the community ya ko Kgetleng for patience ka nako ene tsela ya bone toropo ya bone e gagotswe mme ya no re fitlheletse gore e ba fe seriti se se ba lebaganeng. Similarly, in Mahikeng, the department completed the special maintenance of road D42 Fesser Street and surrounding internal roads at a value of 68.8 million. In Ngakamudiri Mulema district, attention will now focus on the completion of road D7479 in Kunotswana, which experienced delays arising from community-related challenges and flood damages. The department remains confident that the project will be completed before December builders shutdown. The Northwest Province occupies a strategic position within the regional economy, serving as a gateway to neighboring provinces and countries. To strengthen these linkages, the department continues to invest in strategic economic corridors. This includes the rehabilitation of road D509 between Magaliesberg and Koster, valued at approximately 780 million, the upgrading of road D414 connecting Mahikeng and Bray, value at 300 million, and the planned construction of Nelson Mandela Drive in Mahikeng, which carries an investment commitment exceeding 500 million. These multi-year projects will improve mobility, support trade, unblock tourism opportunities, and strengthen the province's competitiveness and investment destination. The department has appointed 2 contractors for the upgrade of road D506, Z559, and D332 from gravel to surface standards in the Moses Kotane local municipality, covering approximately 33 kilometers between Dwarsberg, Paxkraal, and surrounding communities. This investment of more than 600 million medium-term expenditure framework period will improve accessibility, enhance road safety, and unlock economic opportunities within the area. In the Ramotsiri-Muila local municipality, construction will commence during the current financial year on road
Z456 in Nyetse and Road D2279 connecting Likubung, Mosweu and Dinokana. This project forms part of government's response to remedial actions of the public protector and represent an investment exceeding 350 million over the multiple financial year. The Dr. Ruth Sokhomotsi Mumpati District Municipality, our focus remains on the completion of Road D206 connecting the villages of Molelema and Mateng. Following challenges experienced with the previous contractor, corrective measures have been implemented to safeguard funds and ensure the successful completion of this important project. Bray Road Corridor remains one of the province's strategic priorities. Beyond serving local municipality, the corridor strengthens agricultural activity, ecotourism, and cross-border trade with Botswana and Namibia. The government's investment in this corridor exceeds 300 million over the MTF and reflects our commitment to unblocking economic opportunities in rural areas. In Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District, construction is progressing on roads linking Swais Reneke, Volmaranstata, and Delareyville. This project will improve mobility, support agricultural production, and strengthen regional connectivity. Government's investment in this strategic roads exceeds 400 million over the MTF period. Honorable Speaker, the recent floods have once again highlighted the vulnerability of our infrastructure to extreme weather conditions. To strengthen the disaster resilience, the department has secured 50 million for the construction and rehabilitation of 7 strategic bridges, including projects in Moretele and cross-border routes linking the Northwest and the Free State Province. The department continues to implement projects funded through 100 million disaster recovery allocation received during the 2025-26 budget adjustment process. Contractors have already been appointed for 9 of the 12 identified projects, while procuring processes for the remaining projects are in an advanced stage. To further support local government, department has set aside 115 million for the municipal road intervention program. This initiative will support rehabilitation works, pothole repairs, drainage improvements, road markings, and resealing projects in the municipalities experiencing critical road infrastructure challenges. The department remains committed to responding swiftly to infrastructure emergencies following collapse of the bridge in road P53/1 between Mukhwase and Kwamaritani. A contractor and consulting engineer were appointed to undertake emergency repairs at a cost of 11.9 million. The project is expected to be completed within 2 months and will restore the critical transport link for residents and businesses and visitors, and also help to manage the cost implications of the commuters. Honorable Speaker, infrastructure must not only be built. When we talk of program 4, community-based program, it must create opportunities for the people who build it. To this end, the community-based program remains one of the government's most important instruments for combating unemployment, developing skills, and creating pathways into the construction sector, particularly for young people, women, and persons with disability. The department has been allocated 249 million and 79,000 rand for the 2026-27 financial year to support job creation, skill development, and contractor empowerment initiatives across the province. Through the EPWP, the department exceeded its target of 10,000 work opportunities by increasing to 11,893 opportunities through infrastructure construction and maintenance projects. Working together with provincial departments and municipalities, the province achieved 95% of its target. This is translated into the creation of 37,091 work opportunities against a target of 39 and 22 during the second year of the phase 5 of the EPWP. During the year under review, 216 learners participated in accredited building environment training programs accredited, while a further 230 learners are currently enrolled in further education and training certificates in supervision of construction processes through funding provided by the construction sector. To strengthen economic transformation and support emerging contractors, the department continues to implement the Vukupile contractor development programs and will establish dedicated procurement panel to create opportunity for women, young people, persons with disability, and military veterans. The department will also continue improving the administration of the EPWP through digital systems that strengthen accountability, improve transparency, and ensure that opportunities reach their intended beneficiaries. Through these interventions, government remains committed to ensuring that infrastructure investment creates not only public assets, but also sustainable livelihood, skills, and economic opportunities for the people of the Northwest. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I would want to forward my appreciation to a capable head of the department, Ntate Moskanzi, to the senior management team and the entire staff of the department, our winning team. Thank you for your dedication and advancing the department's mandate in delivering infrastructure that changes lives. To the Honorable Premier of Northwest, Honorable Lazarus Mokhosi, thank you very much for tasking me and trusting me with such a mammoth task, and I won't disappoint. I continue to commit. To the Portfolio Committee, led by Chairperson Honorable Sebego, thank you very much for all the oversight structures of this legislature. Thank you for your guidance and for holding us accountable at all material times. To my political home, let me also forward my appreciation to the African National Congress, led by the capable chairperson of the province, No Dumile Maloi, for trusting us with this mammoth task that will not disappoint the home African National Congress. Let me also forward my appreciation to my dear husband, Ernest Mokhomutsi Mukua, who is in the gallery. Let me also forward my appreciation to my son, Oratile Khosana Siate, my daughter, Etumi Mulukela, together with the husband, Pologo Mulukela, for your sacrifices, unwavering support, love that continues to sustain me after the hardships of the day. Let me also borrow from Ray T. Bennett, who says, "The light in the heart, the hardest journey are walked in solitude, where the strongest spirits are forged. Your mind becomes what you repeatedly tell it. Speak the truth, nurture hope, and choose love." Ke le tlogela ka Psalm 91 ke yone ntsamaisang bagaetsho ka mahoko ao ke a leboga Speaker.
Ra leboga Mokaulengwe Motlotlege Mokua. Re lebogile Mokaulengwe ka nna wa tloga mma a se re go bitse gape. Tsamaya le peselemo ya gago. Honorable Sebego. 7 minutes, Honorable Sobeko.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I present before you the committee report in terms of the provision of Section 114 A and B of the Constitution, and wish to relate to the process that were undertaken at the time of the department's appearance to the committee. That the annual performance plan of 2026-27 of the Department of Public Works and Roads was formally referred by the Speaker, Honorable SFD Mohono, to the Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Roads. The Portfolio Committee had a meeting with the Department of Public Works and Roads on the 17th of June, the purpose of which was to discuss the Department Annual Performance Plan of 2026-27. The presentation by the Department has already been outlined from the budget speech by the MEC, which has provided the breakdowns of the allocations for 26-27. I don't have to repeat them. I wish to bring to the attention of the House that the baseline allocation for 26-27 to 28-29 MTF period are as follows, as presented. However, the observation of the committee is that the baseline allocation comprises of both the equitable share and conditional grant allocation. The baseline of 4.075 billion has a shortfall of 389 as compared to 2025-26, which translates to 4.464 of financial year baseline. The department during the 2025-26 received an allocation of 207 million to address road infrastructure, which was affected by floods. The Deputy Speaker, the committee noted that the provincial maintenance grant allocation of 2026-27 has decreased by 367 million compared to 2025-26, which was at 1.782 billion allocation. The department received an equitable share allocation of 277 million for transport infrastructure, which translates to a maximum of 27 kilometers of upgrading. The equitable share allocation for roads amount to 19% compared to the PRMG allocation, which highlights the fact that the department is critically underfunded from the provincial fiscus. This included in the allocation is an amount of 115 million that is earmarked for road maintenance contractor development and the procurement of pothole patching equipment in the province. It is quite clear that what you have is not up to the task of what the challenges are in terms of our current roads. The department also received an amount of 13 million for the funding of early retirement and voluntary exit. The budget for rates and taxes has increased by 10 million to 350 million compared to 2025-26 of the financial year. We also wish to bring to the House that the Department of Public Works and Roads is charged with the management of life cycle of provincial roads. The roads is at 19,684,000 kilometers in length, of which 5,491.88 kilometers is paved surface and 14,127 is paved. The Bujanala district has the largest extent of paved network, while the Dr. Ruth Mompati having largest extent of unpaved roads, as illustrated in the graph. The maintenance versus available budget. Our observation in the committee is that the national target is not to have more than 10% of roads having a visual condition index of less than 45%, depending on the road class. Currently, 54.3% of the network length has reached the terminal condition, where the unpaved roads network makes up the largest part of the extent reaching a terminal condition. Dr. Ruth Mupati has the largest extent of unpaved roads network in a very poor condition, which translates to 27.5% of the road network, which represents a total of 5,105 kilometers. It is followed by Ngakamudiri Mulema, where 17% of the road network is in a very good condition, which represents a total of 3,185 kilometers. The total maintenance needs is estimated at 20,792,974,019 rand, of which the paved flexible road network requires 16,995,860,131, which translates to 81.7% of the total cost, which is not available at this point in time. With heavy and rehabilitation being the largest cost drivers, the unpaved network requires 3.7 billion, which translates to 18.3% of the total costs. So therefore, Honorable House, your House, the Department of Public Works and Roads is charged with the maintenance of the management life cycle of the roads, for which the budget does not translate to what is actually required. A budget has been allocated also for municipal intervention, which is much appreciated. However, the procurement of contractor of this project has already commenced in April, with the appointment thereof and site handover still expected before the end of first quarter of the 2026-27. It will be interest of this committee, obviously, to ensure that the timeline as outlined are accordingly achieved. Therefore, out of the presentation by the department, there were deliberations from members of the portfolio committee. First, the committee commended the department on presenting a realistic annual performance plan 2026-27 in relation to contractor management and the state asset management. Members also remarked that the gravel roads are in an appalling state throughout the province. In Mulema, they are not leveled. When it is rainy season, the commuters struggled and they are mainly affected. The committee also inquired on significant projects that are located in Bujanala. The committee wanted convincing reasons as to why the allocation seems to have actually gone more in Bujanala than other regions. The committee sought clarity if committed roads are to be improved, which have been placed under 154 interventions. Municipality requires support given the state of roads in the province. This have been outlined by the MEC. The committee also sought clarity on the altered performance indicators in terms of program 1, 2, 3, and 4 as to what the reasons were. And those reasons were accordingly provided. Members inquired if the department is ready to execute the new reconfigured units in terms of staff component. That has also been satisfactorily responded to. The committee also inquired the department whether the department have appointed a contractor through the DPWR Contractor Development Program database for the refurbishment of tower in order for the airport to be operational. Members went on to seek clarity on how many state buildings in the province pose health risk. Clarity was also sought on the reimagined EPWP program and whether it will be ultimately result in skill accreditation. The committee also inquired on the 200 critical positions that the department indicates it aims to fill and whether within these critical positions there are technical positions and whether it will also, the committee was that if this cannot be addressed, it will then be pointless to ensure that the expertise needed within the department are sourced. The committee also raised a concern in relation to audit outcome, whether there are other findings that remain outstanding, and that was clarified by the department. The committee noted that the construction target for the new project of the Wetland Department has been lowered from 6 to 0 within the current financial year. And the committee wanted to establish if this is not the case of lowering the standard. The committee raised a concern about incomplete road of Likubung to Musweu in Ramotsirumilwa municipality. They also wanted to know when does the department envisage to complete this road. Out of the deliberations, there were specific recommendations made. And these are some of the recommendations. The department must ensure that they implement the post-audit action plan and submit a progress report by the second quarter reporting. Committee also indicated the department must implement in the APP 2006-7 all that has been raised without any further delay. The department also has been advised to improve in the implementation of project, particularly Program 3, which deals with road infrastructure in the province. The department must also submit a detailed report on how many rural roads have been planned for 2026-27 financial year per district in the next 7 days from this budget speech. The department must also submit a report on significant project that per district. Out of these deliberations,
As you wrap up, Honorable
I
Sebuko.
wish to thank the portfolio committee wish to thank the department for their cooperation and the MEC, and that would also wish to thank the support received from the portfolio committee for their committed support, assistance, and diligence during this process. And therefore, the committee recommends that the House approve an amount of 4,075,237,000 for the Department of Public Works and Roads for the 2006-7 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sebuko. Honorable Tabampi, 10 minutes.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. To the leadership collective of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Magosi a rona a eteletsweng pele ke Kgosi Thari Maotwe, honorable members of the executive led by the Premier, honorable members of the House, guests, le baagi ba rona ba Bokone Bophirima, ke a re dumelang. You know, Speaker, earlier on you said those that are not wearing, they are not patriotic. But we must state that we were wearing yesterday till 3 o'clock. So, that's why you saw Honorable Lehari went to fetch his jersey because of Eomi, Leano Rona, you know, in the next sitting, Deputy Speaker, we must really deal with the issues of the MECs who lied to the House. There are some trackers here, but I don't see them here. But there are some trackers here who lied deliberately to the House, who misled the House, and they should be held liable. You know, Privileges Act does not allow lies. It does not allow that, and we'll take them head on. They must come and explain how can an NQF level 8 holder not have a metric. It can't be that those who speak the last, you know, it's very good to speak the last. But we are here. We'll take them head on. We're not afraid of them. We have never been afraid of them, and we'll never be afraid of them when we remove them from power on the 4th of November 2026. I rise on behalf of the EFF to debate the budget, vote, and APP of the Public Works and Roads. We do so because this department sits at the heart of service delivery, sits at the heart of economic movement, and at the heart of public safety in our province. When roads collapse, people do not get to work on time, goods do not move efficiently, ambulances are delayed, and communities are cut off. When government buildings are neglected, the state itself becomes a symbol of collapse. That is why this budget must be judged not by how neat it looks on paper, but by whether it shows the capacity and political will to save our roads, to protect lives, and restore public infrastructure. Honorable MEC, you know, you are one of the very few sensible MECs. That is why we said this budget, there's a problem on it. I don't know who's, there's someone in the department who's not doing proper things. Even the national treasurer and the provincial treasurer, there's something that they're doing wrong. Because it can't be that in 25-26, there was an adjusted appropriation of 4.4, and now for 26-27, your budget is reduced to 4 billion. It can't be that there's a reduction of 389 million. This happens while the department itself admits that provincial network faces a maintenance need of more than 20.79 billion. The provincial road maintenance grant also dropped, a cut of 367 million. So from the beginning, we're dealing with a department that is asked to respond to an infrastructure crisis with fewer resources, while the scale of deterioration continues to grow. The APP does not read like a rescue plan. It reads like an attempt to manage decline. The program one of administration, it grew its share. While we believe that administration is necessary, but it cannot become the center of gravity in the department whose roads are collapsing and whose buildings are deteriorating. The program speaks of resolving one matter of emphasis in the audit report, such as paying invoices within 30 days, filling of 200 prioritized vacant posts, and complying with internal governance processes. But we must state that the MEC, you must be rest assured that as the EFF, we support internal building state capacity, internal capacity. That is why it's important to fill critical posts. It can't be that till today you are speaking of 200 posts, but there are critical posts of engineers, of inspectors, of project managers, of planners, which are not filled. So as the EFF, we have maintained that a capable state must be built from within and not outsourced into helplessness. Program 2, which is public works infrastructure, has grown, but this increase does not inspire confidence when we consider the condition of government buildings in this province. According to the APP, only 4 state-owned office facilities are rated excellent and 27 are rated good. A much large number, which is 95, are rated fair. 9 are poor and 2 are in a very poor condition and unfit occupancy. This should alarm this house. Government buildings are collapsing in the eyes of the MEC, yet the response in this budget is far too weak. A state that cannot maintain its own assets cannot claim to be serious about development. The targets under this program are modest compared to the scale of the problem. The department plans to complete only 12 new construction projects for itself, 6 for clients department, and 8 plant maintenance projects for itself, and just 1 for client departments. The EFF rejects this culture for accepting collapse, then presenting small interventions as major progress. The program that deals with transport infrastructure has been reduced from has increased from 2.3 to 2.8 in the previous adjusted appropriation. This is the biggest contradiction in the budget, because this is the program that carries the burden of fixing roads, yet it is taking a major cut while the crisis deepens. The department itself states that the provincial network is 19,000 kilometers, of which only 5.4 kilometers are paved and 14.1 kilometers are gravel. You know, when I said you are sensible, you are so honest that as the ANC government, it will take us another decade to fix the roads. That shows that you agree that the ANC government is incapable. You are saying it will take another decade. Give it to us, it will take us just a year to fix the crisis of roads in the province. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the roads in this province are not safe. That is why week after week we lose families and friends on the road. That is not normal and must not be normalized. Unsafe roads are not just a transport issue. They are a social crisis, they are a rural development crisis, and a working class crisis. It is the poor communities, it is the workers, school children, patients, and small businesses who suffer most when roads are dangerous, full of potholes, poorly marked or maintained. The APP gives target of 25 kilometers of gravel road to be upgraded to surface road, 370,000 square meters rehabilitated, 270,000 square meters resealed, 139 kilometers regraveled, and 14.6 kilometers bladed. Those targets may sound acceptable, but until they are placed against the reality of a network where more than half has already reached terminal conditions, against that reality, these targets do not represent a turnaround. They represent an attempt to survive the crisis without defeating it. The communities of Leshobo, the communities of Motsweding, communities of Mase, the communities of Mokasa, and nothing is being said about them. On the community-based program, it only speaks of EPWP, work opportunities, youth employment, women employment, persons with disabilities employed, contractor development, and training interventions. These are important aspects, but the EFF must be honest that temporary work opportunities alone do not amount to transformation. EPWP cannot be used to hide structural unemployment or infrastructural failure. Community-based program must be used to build lasting artisan skills, maintenance bridges and pathways into permanent productive work, especially for the youth. The department had an adjusted appropriation of 4.4 in 25-26, including additional funds for flood damaged roads, yet it still presents an APP that admits massive road deterioration, weak infrastructure condition, and unresolved audit matters. That tells us that whether the money was unspent or spent badly, the lived outcome for the people remains unacceptable. Public money that does not change public reality is in itself an indictment. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the APP and the budget did not inspire confidence that the department can save our roads and government buildings. It recognizes the scale of the crisis, but it does not respond with the agency, with the ambition, and with the state capacity that the crisis demands. The EFF therefore rejects this budget, but we don't only reject it, Nathan. We are also coming with solutions. As you are having a meeting, you'll come and talk things which you don't know because you are busy having a meeting. We call on this department to introduce a road emergency plan with clear district by district priorities, with timelines, budget, and named officials. Communities must know which roads will be fixed, when will they be fixed, and who is responsible. We reject this year in, year out budgeting of the Nelson Mandela Drive. Jara le jara, there is 500 million that is being put, or that is being budgeted, but it is not coming through. Secondly, the budget must build internal state capacity. You know, the Premier announced a very good initiative of a roads.
As you wrap up in 30 seconds.
Yes, of a roads agency, but it is not moving. He's not giving the department money. He should give the department money because of it's only through a state-owned roads agency that we can be able to deal with the crisis. Every year we're told that there is budget that is coming. Last week,
You reject
this budget
you
because it
reject
does
it,
not
but you want an
represent the
agency.
people of North
You
West.
reject a
Thank
budget,
you.
but you want an agency. Ore tswele ka motse.
Ra leboga Motlotegi, Davampe.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members, Mahosi a rona, ke ikokobeditse. Public works is the foundation upon which government stands. And when that foundation is weak, every other service begins to crack. Public works sits at the center of the story of every infrastructure of government, because every brick, every building, and every public asset ultimately becomes a reflection of government itself. If public works and roads fail, economic development fails because goods cannot reach markets. Agriculture fails because produce cannot reach consumers. Education fails because learners and educators cannot reach schools safely. Health fails because ambulances cannot reach patients in time. Tourism fails because visitors avoid inaccessible destinations, and municipalities fail because investment follows infrastructure. But most importantly, even Treasury and COGTA fail because economic activity declines and revenue collection suffers. So in many ways, this department carries the burden of enabling every other department to succeed. That is why MEC failure is simply not an option. The Democratic Alliance rises today to support this budget vote, an annual performance plan. But we do so, and we will hold you accountable. Hare supporte gore le ya go ikapela ka methuba tlhogo le dimmolopita. We support it not because all is well. We support it because, unlike previous years, there is at least visible evidence that this department is attempting to reposition itself, rebuild its credibility, and restore public confidence. We do so having solicited even the advice and view of our minister on his engagement at MinMax with this particular department. The department has come far. For many years, residents associated public works and roads with delayed projects, deteriorating infrastructure, poor contractor performance, and weak delivery. While many challenges remain, it would be unfair not to acknowledge the efforts made by the MEC, HOD, and officials to stabilize the department and be responsive and improve its public image. Kana lefapha le kile la itsagala ka go nna ga mmapereko ga mme ga mpone mo neng go itirelwa ebile madi a dula a busiwa back to treasury. Le ne le itsege yalo ka lefapha le leng gore di HOD di nalanyana ebile di itsege ka botsukunape. So at least we are starting to see changes coming in this department. Honorable members, the APP itself paints a true reflective and sobering picture. You alluded to the fact that the province manages almost 20,000 kilometers of roads, of which 14,000 kilometers are gravel. What is more concerning is the fact that over 54% of the network has already reached terminal condition, while the estimated maintenance needs exceeds 20 billion. Against that requirement, only 4.6 billion is available over the MTF period. That gap is enormous. But MEC, no amount of political spin can hide the reality that the province's road network is severely underfunded. However, the department itself acknowledges that current funding trends will lead of the network. That is why, as the DA, we ask the question and probe that if this situation will just be left as is as a mere complaint by the department. MEC, we welcome the proactive intervention that you have undertaken when you indicated that engagements with the National Department of Transport for additional funding have begun. The approach to Infrastructure South Africa to assist with project preparation and infrastructure support, and the continued engagements that you spoke to with Provincial Treasury for additional allocations. Those are exactly the kinds of proactive action we expect from an executive authority. Government cannot simply sit and complain about funding shortages like we have been seeing with other departments over the past few days. It must actively seek solutions and model itself as readily available for collaboration, even with the private sector. The department deserves credit for doing exactly that. However, MEC, there's an area where improvement is urgently required. Intervention turnaround times. The department often understands where the crisis is. You often know which road has collapsed. You often know where bridges have become dangerous, and you know where communities are cut off. Yet too often, interventions arrive months after the crisis has already become severe. The culture of rapid response that once existed within road maintenance operation must be rebuilt. Communities should not have to wait for media coverage, public protests as we recently seen in Mabule area of Ratlo, or legislative questions from members before emergency interventions or care. Preventative maintenance is cheaper than rehabilitation. Early intervention is cheaper than reconstruction, and fast responses restore public confidence. Honorable members, the APP commits the department to rehabilitating 370,000 square meters of surfaced roads, regraveling 139 kilometers of roads, blading 14,600 kilometers of gravel roads, patching 75,500 square meters of provincial roads, and the SONOP interventions that Honorable Stale is so passionate about. These targets are welcomed, but communities, unfortunately, MEC, do not experience targets. Ibile ga ba kgatlhiwe ke di-target le sekgowa sa rona. They experience roads. There is an old saying that says, we judge a tree by its fruit. In public works, we judge you by what residents can actually see. The residents traveling between villages in Dr. Ruth Mompati does not experience an APP indicator. They experience whether their vehicle survives the journey. The farmer transporting livestock cares less about the performance target. They experience whether roads are passable. The mother waiting for an ambulance does not experience a quarterly report. She experiences whether help arrives and whether it arrives on time. So delivery must therefore remain central focus. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the DA also welcomed the department's focus on employment creation. We have went on a march and we keep on highlighting the issue of jobs in the Northwest. So the target of 14,000 jobs is significant, but these opportunities, MEC, you must now talk to turning them into permanent absorptions, especially in critical technical areas. The contractor development program, which aims to enroll new participants, is equally important. And we beg you, MEC, that project allocations must be fairly distributed to all participants. If implemented properly, that program can create a pipeline of competent local contractors, improve CIBD gradings, and expand the pool of service providers capable of delivering quality infrastructure. The province does not only need more contractors, it needs better contractors. Honorable members, the department's support for municipalities is another area deserving attention. Municipal road infrastructure continues to deteriorate across municipalities. Therefore, the inclusion of municipal pothole patching targets and support initiatives is welcomed, since it is well known that Makabani in the municipalities spend road budgets on salaries and other things that they were not planned for. Therefore, that assistance will help. But the scale of the challenge requires stronger partnerships as well. The condition assessments undertaken in municipalities such as Matosana, Ditsobota, and Makwasi Hills should not not merely become reports gathering dust on shelves. They must become the basis for coordinated action and must have clear timelines. Provincial and local government must stop operating in silos, because while residents drive on roads that resemble obstacle courses. Honorable Speaker, while others scream Mabahambe, you must, as a department, be unapologetic and scream Mabaphume with your Operation Bring Back. Because magodu le magotswana a iphileng dikago tsa puso le matlo a puso ha ba tsamaye ka speed as you continue to improve the integrity of your provincial property portfolio. When residents see government buildings occupied by unknown people and unaccounted for, it becomes a concern. When residents see government buildings standing empty while services are overcrowded, then it's an indictment on you as a department. You must also show zero tolerance to those who defund government and those who disrupt construction projects, those who extort contractors and destroy public infrastructure. Mari, say
Honorable Sonakile, as you wrap up.
Okay, say but it must be coupled with actual cases and action. And MEC, you must report back on cases that you've opened back to the legislature. Maintenance backlogs must be a thing of the past, and we will monitor the implementation of the announced priority maintenance and refurbishment projects. The Democratic Alliance will therefore support this budget vote, while continuing to exercise rigorous oversight to ensure that the commitments made in this APP become visible realities to the people of Northwest.
Thank you, Honorable Matse. Honorable Matse, you've got 7 minutes.
Thank you.
Ke a leboga. Mosakgotla Ngaka Mohono, Motlatsa Mosakgotla Motlotlegi Mokone Maine, Tonakgolo Mkhosi, Maloko a Khuduthamaga, Maloko kwa Kokwano Peo Molao, Magosi a rona ka kwano, bagaetsho ba Northwest, ra dumedisa. Re ne re solofetse gore ba tla tlang ka kwano ba tla tla ka moawolo wa 4 o'clock wa moswa gompieko. Mara go a bonala fela gore bangwe selo se sa go nna mo Afrika Borwa gompieno ga se a ba tsena, ba senya ba bua bošula ba dira gore go sulagale. Yaanong ba leka go re ntsha mo moeng wa 4 o'clock, mme rona re le maAforika Borwa ra re dipuo ga di a lekana go re ntsha mo moeng o wa 4 o'clock wa go keteka phenyo ya rona. Mongwe wa baeteledipele ba bagolo ba rona ba setšhaba se o e leng molwela kgololosego ebile a emetse ditshwanelo tsa badiri, Thembisile Chris Hani o kile a bua ke a monopola a re, we as the ANC-led Liberation Alliance have nothing to fear and everything to gain from a climate of political tolerance. We do not fear open contest and free debate with other organizations. Open debate can only serve to uncover the bankruptcy of our political opponents, close quote. Yana ke batla gore go iranolola le ikutlwetse le tse di skwele la utla gore ga teng ka lona hao. Ha ke batla go tsena go tlhalosa thata, mme se se botlhokwa ke gore lefapha le re thusa go lwantsha botlhoki, e ka nna botlhoki ba letseno kgotsa ba dithoto, mme re itumelela tiro e lefapha le dirang. Go a bonagala gore go semeletswe go netefatsa gore go nna le tšhono ya ditiro mo maphateng a farologaneng. Ponelopele ya rona ya tlhabololo ya naga e re kaela gore re tlhoka go dira ditiro tse dintsi go netefatsa gore maAforika Borwa ba dira. Tema e lefapha le le kgathileng go fitlha ga jaana ra e lebogela. Re itumela thata mokhuduthamaga le tsamaiso ya gago gore ga re ne re we fix local government lona le ile la go dira seo. Ko di masepaleng di tshwana le ditsobotla gompieko ga o tsamaya o tswa fo sepatala sa thusong tsela ya tsamaega. Re itumela gore gompieko le ha motlotlegi Dabampe ga ke itse ba ba mo kgweetsang or ene o kgweetsa ya mo tseleng ya Nelson Mandela a sa bone ditlhabololo ngwaga le ngwaga. Ne ke tla mo kopa gore mo bokamosong ga a tsamaya mo tseleng eo re mo rekele dibrele a bone diphetogo tse di mo Nelson Mandela ka gore ke to tsamaya tutubetse fela mo tseleng ya Nelson Mandela. Ke tla mo tsaya mo nakong e sa fediseng pelo ke tsamaelene ko toropong ya Koster re go bona gore o tsamaya monate yang ko toropong ya Koster. Ha ile gore o tsamaya ko go yone le teng a tutubetse ke tla mo tsosa mo borokong ke re bona tsela. Mme se se botlhokwa ke gore ditsela tse dingwe tse di saletseng ko morago a reng go di dira. Bana ba ga Kgosi Maselwane le magosi a mangwe kwa ko Moses Kotane ba ntse ba palelwa ke go ya mesebetsing, ba ntse ba palelwa ke go ya dikolong. A re leke go dira ka bonako gore selo se diragale ko mafelong ao a ra kaileng. Re itumelela gape le gore diprojeke tse go neng go tsene magodu mo go tsone ba re thibela go tlisetsa ditirelo ko bathong le tsentse letsogo go di baakanya. Ebile re itumelela gape le gore go bonagala go na le lenaneo jaanong la gore ga dikago tsa puso di abandoniwa di akaretsa dikwele lefapha le na le mokgwa wa gore dithuto tse di ske di a thubiwa. Go utlwisa botlhoko thata ha o bona dikolo tse di tshwana le bo Aobakwe Primary Ramatlakana di thubile go fitlhelela go sa tlhole go na le stena se se setseng. Mme re itumelela gore lefapha le tsene go netefatsa gore dilo tseo di a diragala. Go botlhokwa gore netefatsa gore dikago tsa rona di sireletsiwa kgatlhanong le di-disaster as well as the fire because selo se ka re busetsa ko morago. Mme re ikuela mo go wena mokhuduthamaga. Can we make our buildings more accessible for persons with disabilities? Ke policy ya rona re le African National Congress re kopa gore a re tsweleletse go e dira. Mme re netefatse gape le gore bašwa bomme le batho ba ba nang le bogole ba ungwelwa mo mananeong a lefapha. Ha ile gore lefapha le sokola go ba bona go na le foramo ya batho ba nang le bogole e ka thusang mo tirong ye. Mme ke ya ko bofelong go na le batho ba e reng ha go tlisiwa ditirelo ba itire bora dikgoka ba netefatse ditirelo tseo ga di fitlhi. Ra go kopa mokhuduthamaga tsama go bua le bone tlhe bua le bone ba tlogele go thibela ditirelo gore di tle ko bathong re gatele ko pele re fitlhise dilo tse ko bathong. Mme re transforme the construction industry go netefatsa gore sebopego sa yone se a fetoga. Ko bofelong re tlhalose gore irregular expenditure, material irregularity e moruni kakaretso a buileng ka yone mo dingwageng tse di fetileng e tlhoka madi a fetang a re a ntshang gompieko. Tona kgolo re tlo kopa gore go nne le mokgwa wa go thusa lefapha go baakanya se moruni kakaretso a se tlhagisitseng as material irregularity ya dingwaga tse di fetileng. Ke itse go tlatla ba bangwe ha ba goa ba sa utlwa le gore moruni kakaretso na reng. Ka jalo re dumalana le modulasetilo wa komiti gore madi a le ga ra fetisa ga a lekana go itepatepanya le dikgwetlho tse lefapha le tshwentseng le di rarabolola. Re le African National Congress re ka ikuela go maloko a ntlo e go bula matlho mme rotlhehela re ka dira bontle ha re ka ema nokeng tekanyetso ka boe. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, Honorable Smuts. Honorable Solo.
Ke a go leboga e re ke bue fela ka tlhamalalo gore ga re lemoga le go amogela bobotlana mo loding le go kgaolwa ga tekanyetsokabo ya lefapha re rate go ikuela gore go ditsela tse leng gore re batla go bona lefapha le mo isagong di le tse tsia. Ditsela di tshwana le ditsela tsa pitsi di sule jang, ditsela di tshwana le ditsela tsa dibraka le sesobe. Mme re sa lebale go lemoga le go akgola lefapha gore ba ne ba etetse Kgosithari Maotwe ka maemo a neng a aparetse baagi ba metse e. Gore re kope lefapha gore mo go direng jalo ga lona e nne gore le ne le sa ya go tshasa Kgosithari Maotwe ka bubi mo matlhong, e nne gore go na le boammaruri bo re tla bo bonang. Sa bobedi se ke ratang gore lefapha le se ele tlhoko ke borogo ba sesobe. Re kope gore le boele tlhoko go efoga masetla dibe kgotsana matlhotlha pelo a re ka iphitlhelang e le gore a aparetse baagi ba rona ba mmetse e gaufi gonne bao ba tswa mo Mmasibudule ba ya mo dikgaolong tse re buang ka tsone tse bo Sosobe le bo Dibraka le bo Dwarsberg ba dirisa le borogo bo mme bontse bo se mo maemong a ntseng sentle. Ga re ntse re bua jalo go na le tse leng gore re rata gore re la kgole motlotlegi Mokhuduthamaga yo o tlotlegang wa lefapha la ditirelo setšhaba le ditsela gonne lefapha le la rona la temothuo le tlhabololo ya merero ya selegae badiredi kgotsana badiri ba lone ba ntse ba tlhabile kgobe ka mmutla ba ja borontshololo jaanong ra la kgola gore le be le ba file lefelo la go direla gompieno ba tla nna le maikarabelo a tletseng ga ba kitla ba inna le seipato ga morunyi ka karetso a batla ditokomane go runya dibuka tsa bone gore di setse ko kagong e kgologolo. Ke tla la kgola gape ka gore ke utlwile le bua ka tsela tsa Nyetse Mokhuduthamaga gore la re Nyetse Lekubung Mosweu Dinokana go na le lodi le le kana ka 350 million. Mme ke rata lefoko le le dirisitseng le re commencing during this financial year ka ditsejwana re tla e tlhoma matlho gonne re setse re le mo teng ga financial year e re buang ka one kotara ya ntlha ya fela re solofela gore kotara ya bobedi tla re tsamaya mo ditseleng tse le di umakileng tse re bone go na le pharologanyo. Se sengwe gape se o ke ratang gore ke se tlhagise ke lefapha le go bua nnete ga re bologolwa le lona ka so se re se bitsang gore ga lena organizational structure mara o e tlhagisitse bontle gore mo dingwageng tse di fetileng di le 50 ke 15 wa ke 15 years go sena organizational structure re solofela gore go a go tsepama ebile ga go kitla go nna le seipato se leng gore se tla nna teng ga go tshwanetse gore chiwe di-targete tse lefapha di lebetseng 46% of women in senior management e re achievile lone ra ya kgola ka gore nna ke mongwe wa batho ba ileng gore ba lla ka gore re tlogela bomme kwa morago ke a utlwa gore ba mpitsa a ke re bo batla go lwa le nna. Okay, in conclusion, public works must improve in project management implementation and ensure that multi-million projects are completed within an approved project cycle and reduce billions of irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditures and variation orders. Ke a go leboga Motlatsa Musakgotla.
Ke a go leboga ke go nele nako yana e ntsi. Honorable Oliphant.
Thanks,
Mojo, thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Legislature, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want to just indicate that I am on the Speaker's list. So even if you can protest, Northwest, it's not going to make any difference. That's not even a member of the Portfolio Committee. We definitely should be able to proceed. Deputy Speaker, it is George Orwell, Honorable Tsolo, you must hear and listen properly. It is George Orwell who diagnoses the problem that we have in this House. He says, and I quote, "If people cannot write well, they cannot think well. And if they cannot think well, others will do their thinking for them," close quote. Now let me think for you. It is Honorable Mukua who, in her budget speech a few minutes ago, gave detail about Dwarsberg. Therefore, it means that you cannot read, you cannot write, you cannot think, and therefore we will think for you. Dwarsberg is there. You did not see it, and I think we will have to consult a little bit further. The African National Congress focus is primarily on working together with all sectors of society to accelerate the reconstruction of our economy, deliver quality basic services and infrastructure, renew our social contract with society, fight crime and corruption, and rejuvenate our nation and contribute towards a better South Africa. Honorable Dabampi is therefore correct, and it's the only thing he has done right for the week that has earned him his salary. We are in agreement with you, Honorable Dabampi, that there is a need for the roads agency, which the Premier has already spoken about, and we will exercise our oversight in that committee, which you are not part of, and we will ensure that it does happen. In doing so, the ANC believes and reiterates that roads are essential.
Deputy Speaker.
And not chairperson. I'm here. We're here. Roads are essential part of modern living and well-maintained.
Sorry, what are you raising
Deputy
on?
Speaker. Let us hear where the pain is.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I was asking if the honorable member is ready to take a question that, as a member of the legislature, can go to any committee.
I have
no right to sit in any committee.
I have no time
The only thing I want to vote.
Deputy Speaker,
We can't teach you these basics.
Honorable Devampi, please.
Oh,
man.
sorry.
Honorable
But I
Devampi.
can't teach him the basics.
Honorable Devampi.
Oh, sorry. Margidi attenda jotle. Sorry.
Honorable Devampi, order. Honorable Oliphant, you may proceed. I understand Honorable Devampi, when he's hungry, he behaves like this. We're about to...
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Indeed, you are providing...
Wait. No. Deputy Speaker, please withdraw. What you are saying is wrong. It casts suspicion.
I conditionally withdraw. Let's proceed.
Thank you.
Proceed, Honorable Oliphant.
Thanks. I hope my time is going to be restored. In doing so, the ANC believes and reiterates that roads are an essential part of modern living and well-maintained, usable roads make critical contributions to the economic and social well-being of our province, city, or community. This 4 billion budget must translate to access to employment, health, education, and social opportunities that make our living a bit easier. Road infrastructure plays a critical role in our economy, Honorable Tsolo. It makes it possible for goods to be transported and services to be rendered, something you don't know. But it also enables the movement of people, even in Dwarsberg, enhancing productivity within the economy. A well-maintained road infrastructure enables people to seek for employment without the obstacle of poor road infrastructure, a major problem which we do have, which is being addressed. One thing that is painful to you, and we do understand it, is that services, quality services, are being delivered. That part you can't run away from. The department cannot deliver roads everywhere. There is no money for that. Some of the money, together with the cattle and the cows, are sitting in Kandla. Perhaps you can help us to find it. The expanded public works program is one of government's key programs aimed at providing poverty and at relieving poverty and income through temporary work opportunities. It is therefore very important that this program continue functioning to the best of its ability. The ANC therefore commends the department's commitment to continue utilizing this flagship program in averting poverty and while creating 13,875 jobs, Honorable Tsolo, to targeted youth, women and people with disability. It's because they don't listen, Deputy Speaker, that they cannot hear. To aid job creation and poverty alleviation strategies, we implore on the department to resuscitate the Itirele road maintenance and brick making plant projects. Under the ANC government, EPWP has over the years since its inception successfully alleviated the several socioeconomic challenges ravaging our province. The Vukupile Contractor Development Program remains vital to the development of emerging contractors, allowing them to get to independent contractor status. This program improves administrative, technical, contractual, managerial, and entrepreneurial skills. This can largely benefit the efficiency of SMMEs. This is competently done by this department. We welcome the great progress registered by the department in these programs, as it has empowered the last participants with higher CIDB gradings. The commitment to maintain and develop 109 contractors with this budget should directly benefit youth, women, and persons with disabilities who own businesses. Honourable members, roads are the arteries through which the economy's pulse flows or pulses. By linking producers to markets, workers to jobs, students to schools, and the sick to hospitals, roads are vital to any developmental agenda. We therefore need to ensure that we plan sustainably and maintain our roads, keeping them in a trafficable condition. Potholes are one of the leading causes of accidents on our roads. The department should by all means continue, anything new, continue to try and mitigate these problems. I think it's also important to mention that we do acknowledge the work done, Honourable Mukua, by yourself and your department in the local government sphere in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution. Nobody has asked you to come and do that yet. You've done it because the Constitution empowers you so to do that. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it is noteworthy to highlight the important stakeholder approach by this department, which includes our people, our traditional leadership, the church, and the private sector. This approach ensures fewer delays on projects and a people-centered service delivery. Before I conclude, Deputy Speaker, when a department under the leadership of the ANC, part of the ANC government, does the exceptional work that has been done, like that of public works, we are reminded, Honorable Lehare, of Sefela sa Sione, or Tapelo ya Sione, that says, and this reflects what the ANC is. You must remember that you and I don't sleep together, we don't live together, you won't know. So sit down. And that I quote Sefela Sarona because it's important, and the department, Honorable Mkua, Premier, your leadership, everybody must take it, because you see, the ANC is the only organization that was formed in a church, formed by church leaders, prayed for, and moved forward. Others were formed in their dreams and in their sleep. Others were stealing to form organizations that you have today. So it's only the ANC that we can reflect on and remind about this scripture in the book of Matthew, chapter 17, Honorable Mukua, that says, "Ka letsatsi le lengwe, Jesu a le mo thabeng, a na le Simone Petero. Kganya ya Modimo, listen. Listening is a skill. Ya ba sireletsa. Huh? That's what God does to the ANC in its service delivery.
You have formed in a church, Marilu.
Lentswe la Modimo la re. Just listen painfully. Listen painfully to the good
honorable
news that
members.
you don't want to accept.
Honorable members, can you allow Honorable Oliphant to conclude in 30 seconds?
Thank you. It is this pain that they didn't want earlier. Yeah, no, it has arrived. Lentswe la Modimo la re. Ona ke mora wa ka. Ona ke mora wa Modimo. This is now this is the very ANC that is spoken about. It is us in the ANC who carry that specific blessing to deliver services. It is us who are identified. Now the pain is that you are going to have to deal with us. We are going to implement this budget. MEC, you must go forward, you must deliver, and you must deliver quickly. Thank you.
Honorable Mukua, you've got 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, let me, without any further ado, appreciate the opposition for acknowledging the hard work that is carried out by the Department of Public Works. I understand why Honorable Dabampi said what he said. I understand he's not a member of the Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Roads. So he's forgiven for that because the issues that he's raising, it's issues that are also covered by the budget speech. So we don't have qualms with them. We understand we are together. No, we are together. And thank you very much. And I agree largely with what you said. The Department of Public Works and Roads, as an infrastructure department, cannot continue to be subjected to the budget cuts, the equitable share that is shrinking. So we agree with a number of issues that you have highlighted here. I want to say that if you looked at what I have presented, it's for the first time that you are told of the backlog in totality of the road infrastructure because we have assessed. And the reason for us to assess the total infrastructure, road infrastructure, which the Department of Public Works and Roads is responsible for, you cannot continue to budget and plan willy-nilly. Now that we have assessed, we know what we have, and therefore we are working on the budget. This particular elephant of the backlog ultimately will end up, putting it down and having to kill it to the latter because you assess, you develop a program, you cost a program, then you implement. Unless you do that, you are bound to fail. So as the Department of Public Works and Roads, we have done exactly that. Now, also we agree, you can't have a department that is having everybody doing whatever. You have to have people that are capacitated. Remember, we said we are professionalizing the state. If you listen to the budget speech, I don't want to willy-nilly fill the post, funded vacant post. I am targeting the posts that are dealing with what we need to help us complete the mandate, the core function of the department. If you listen to the speech correctly, I said we are prioritizing candidacy program to also create our pot where we'll continue to get the engineers that you've been talking about. Because we must agree that there was a time where the state had illicit flow of capacity. where the people that are capacitated, that are qualified to deal with these issues, had to go somewhere else to seek greener pastures. So we acknowledge, as the Department of Public Works and Road and Infrastructure, red roads. So we are trying to build our own port where we'll continue to. Thank you very much. So Operation Bring Back, we agree, Honorable Sonakile, it is a matter that cannot be postponed. And I think we must work together collaboratively to ensure that this becomes a matter of the past. I know the role of the opposition and you are playing it very well. The role of the opposition is to close the gap because we see you as our rear mirror. And the issues that we have highlighted are issues that together we'll try and address. So I think that we don't have qualms. We are in agreement, all of us. Finally, remorse. So let me, in closing, Deputy Speaker, our progressive Deputy Speaker, thank, in closing, my office of the MEC with the support that they continue to give to me and to ensure that we don't miss on a comma or a full stop or an exclamation, that everything is addressed to the latter. Also, let me thank my siblings, the two sisters also in the gallery. I must also thank Bahaito, my in-laws, where my hubby comes from. So let me thank each and everyone who is supporting me in kind, in prayers, and in whatever way. You are all loved. With those few, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Remain there, MEC. Can we have order, honorable members? Does the House adopt the committee report? Honorable members, does the House adopt the committee report? Yes. Honorable Davampe, the yes have it. Thank you, members. The committee report is now adopted. I will now read the roll call to determine the quorum. Honorable Babuile.
Present.
Honorable Bokhatsu. Honorable Botswe. Honorable Davampe.
Kiteng.
Honorable Danchi. Honorable Dial. Oh, van der Houten. Honorable Groenewald. Honorable Kuno.
Present, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Kodisang. Honorable Lehare.
Present, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Nkupane. Honorable Mahakane. Honorable Makhokhoa. Honorable Matse. Honorable Matuane. Honorable Memodise.
Oh, o teng Motlotlegi.
Honorable Moema. Honorable Mohono.
Present, yes.
Honorable Mokhosi.
Kiteng.
Honorable Mukua.
Present, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Mulapisi.
Present, yes.
Honorable Morueng.
Okay, present, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Mosenuche.
The leadership is still here.
Oh, well, leadership. Honorable Mutsumi.
I'm present, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Oliphant.
I am present.
Honorable Khosho.
Den Woordag, Deputy Speaker.
Baya danki. Mhlonitshwa Sambata.
Dikona sekela somlomo.
Motlotlegi Sebego.
Ke
Ke teng, Deputy Speaker.
Mototlehiso Nakile,
Ke teng, Deputy Speaker.
Mshoni Josonti,
Present, yes.
Akbar Steenkamp,
Present, Deputy Speaker.
Akbar Steel,
Teenwoordig, achtbare speaker.
baie dankie u daarvoor. Mototlehi Tlapi,
Ke mo ntlong ya gago ka mowa wa Bafana, o nshebe, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, o nshebe, ke teng.
Honorable Tsolo,
Ke fane Morena Romanna.
Honorable Van Yesten, Honorable Wolwon,
Teenwoordig, adjunct speaker.
Honorable Williams, members, I have satisfied myself that the majority of members are present in the House to adopt the budget program by program. We start with Program 1, Administration, 401,710,000 rand. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 1?
Yes.
Program 2, Public Works Infrastructure, 1,075,859,000 rands. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 2? Program 3, Transport Infrastructure, 2,348,589,000 rands. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 3?
Yes.
Program 4, Community-Based Program, 249,079,000 rands. Does the House adopt the program? Thank you, Honorable Stale. Thank you, honorable members. The budget for the Department of Public Works and Roads, Vote 11, 2025-26, totaling 4,075,232,000 rands, is now adopted. Honorable Mukua. Honorable Mukua, next time Muskata Masari is about budget. Honorable Mukua, next time Muskata Masari is about budget. Osamili sorry hits Marukanata ma. Harlebo kala museo montlo appearing. Okanata ma musofa mukorutamaka. Thank you, members. This brings us to the end of today's business. The sitting is adjourned until tomorrow.